contradictory agenda. So yeah, we'll just give people a little bit of extra time this morning. It's also Monday.
I'm just going to have to leave for a minute. Somebody needs the Zoom link.
No problem. So I'll welcome everyone in who's already joined us. We're just going to give a few more minutes to get everyone else in, recognizing that it's Monday morning and might be a little bit of a slow start for some people to the day. So just bear with us and then we'll hop right into the program, which is essentially 5 hours of commercial-free isotope knowledge. So just give everyone a couple more minutes.
Is everything working, Andrew? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good. Okay.
Maybe just give it one more minute, Patricia, then we can kick it off.
Sure. Whatever. It's a good idea.
All right, Patricia, how about we get started?
Certainly. Glad to, Andrew. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the Ontario Medical Isotopes mission to the United States. My name is Patricia Cosgrove, and I'm the Area Director for Life Sciences with the Export Growth Branch of the Ontario Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation, and Trade. And my job is to help Ontario life sciences companies do business in the US market. I'd like to thank our partners for organizing this meeting. A big thank you to our speakers and of course to our registrants. I believe we have 149 this morning. A few housekeeping notes. If you have any questions, please enter them into the Q&A. If we can't get to them on the live presentation, please be assured that you will get a response. And a note to the panelists, when you are not speaking, please stay on mute and turn your cameras off. The session is going to be recorded. In closing, and without further ado, once again, thank you. And I'll now pass the proceedings over to Andrew Teal, who probably needs no introduction to you. Andrew's the Senior Manager, Policy and Energy Innovation with Bruce Power and the Executive Director of the Canadian Nuclear Isotope Council. So Andrew, over to you. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Patricia. And thank you to all our participants from all around the globe who are joining us this morning for this medical isotope trade mission with the United States. This mission would not have been possible without the partnership of the Mcmaster University, the Organization of Canadian Nuclear Industries, and obviously our work with the Ontario government to help deliver this mission to you today. I am here wearing my CNIC hat today, which is, as Patricia mentioned, I'm the Executive Director of the Canadian Nuclear Isotope Council. I believe most people at this point have probably had a direct conversation with me about this trade mission. But for those of you who don't know, the CNIC is a 3-year organization only formed in April of 2018 that came together with a very simple mission and mandate, and that was to educate people across Canada about the role of isotopes, both in the healthcare sector and as well as industrial isotopes, and also advocate to government, regulatory bodies, and others about the important role that they play, and to bring together opportunities like this one today to have our companies explore opportunities with companies beyond our borders today with the United States. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize that it's actually been a really exciting couple of weeks for the Canadian medical isotope sector. Just last week, we hosted our first trade mission, again in partnership with the Ontario government, with Europe, which was a very successful event. We had over 150 participants join as part of that mission, and we're looking forward to having the same today. And I also wanted to recognize that last week, through the tremendous advocacy and support of the entire CNIC membership, we were able to have an isotope motion passed in the Ontario legislature, which essentially read to recognize the importance of medical isotopes to our export, the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, as well as to support the industry in future endeavors to grow, to prosper, and to attract jobs and talent to Ontario and more broadly Canada. So it's really been an exciting time for the industry. We hope to build on this momentum that we've established over these last couple of weeks into the new year and continue to push the envelope and push things forward. I did just want to take a couple minutes to remind all of our presenters today, and this is my first kind, gentle reminder, that we will try and keep the presentation portion of today's panels to about 6 to 8 minutes. If you do see my head pop up on screen with coming off back onto video, it's basically your 1 minute warning. We have a very packed agenda. We have 16 unique experts from across the United States and Canada who have kindly decided to spend their day with us and provide their expertise during their sessions. So I just kindly hope that everyone can respect everybody's time. And as Patricia mentioned, please feel free to enter any questions into the chat. If we don't get to it today, which we may not, it will be answered as part of our follow-up. And just a quick note on that follow-up. So this is really kind of the first day of 2, whenever that second day might be, because we're in the virtual world, of the US Trade Conference. So what that means is, so these are the presentations, an introduction to all the companies, the speakers who have agreed to participate. But what will come in the following weeks is an opportunity for certain individuals who had signed on to the full mission agenda to establish business-to-business connections. So you will receive some follow-up material from myself and the Ontario government in the weeks coming, with instructions as to how that exactly will take place, and with an opportunity to connect with other experts in this sector. So we very much look forward to that, and wanted to let everyone know that that is still coming. Again, just a quick reminder, if you are not presenting at the time, please stay off video. Please continue to be on mute unless you are presenting or as part of one of the panels. And with that, I am going to kick the day off a little bit early. We're a few minutes ahead of time, but that's okay, because you can always use a couple of extra minutes when it comes to these trade missions, that's for sure. And I'm going to introduce the actual chair of the Canadian Nuclear Isotope Council, and that's James Skoniak, who has been really instrumental in forming the CNIC. It was one of his ideas a few years ago that really began to bring together various aspects of the Canadian isotope supply chain. And just wanted to welcome James for his remarks for this morning.
I'm really excited today to kick off one of Canada's first ever trade missions in the area of medical isotopes, between the Canadian Nuclear Isotope Council, the Organization of Canadian Nuclear Industries, and many firms throughout the United States. The United States is Canada's largest trading partner. We're neighbors, we're friends, we work together and we help each other. Our economies, our communities, and our people are linked. And that's really what today is all about. By working together and having the important conversations that we're going to have and forming the various partnerships that we plan to initiate through this session, it will bring Canada, Ontario, and the United States much closer together in the area of medical isotopes. Medical isotopes are really another form of energy. They're a form of energy that is used to sterilize medical equipment. They're a form of energy that is needed through the sterilization process to support the production and the manufacturing of vaccines. They're a tool that is used to diagnose and treat cancer and fight disease like the Zika virus, or even in agricultural applications. I'm part of a voluntary organization called the Canadian Nuclear Isotope Council. It consists of over 70 organizations from that entire value stream from all across Canada. And what's really important is that we recognize the important role that medical isotopes will continue to play for decades to come, not only in Canada and the province of Ontario and the United States, but all over the world for many, many years to come. People are counting on us to get it right. In order to get it right, the business relationships, the strategic partnerships will be absolutely critical. And that's what this trade mission is all about. Well, we are not able to get together in person, and that will have to wait. What can't wait is the discussions that we're going to have on this virtual trade mission. And that's why I'm honored today to introduce our special guest, the Honorable Vic Fedeli. Minister Fedeli has served in a number of portfolios throughout his career as a public servant, including being the Mayor of North Bay, Ontario's Minister of Finance, and in his current ministerial role, selling Ontario abroad. That includes everything from economic development to job creation and innovation. But selling Ontario abroad is all about building relationships and working with other jurisdictions. And Minister Fedeli has an extensive track record as an entrepreneur and business executive. So coming to this role, he understands the importance of the kind of conversations we're going to have. So Minister Fedeli, I want to thank you and your ministry for your support. I want to thank you for always being an advocate around these kind of trade missions. I think they're so important because not only will they help people around the world, but they'll create really good jobs, economic development, and innovation, not only here in Ontario and here in Canada, but all over the world. I'd like to welcome Minister Fedeli. Over to you, sir.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to welcome you here today. A big thank you to the Canadian Nuclear Isotope Council, together with the Organization of Canadian Nuclear Industries and Ontario's own Mcmaster University, for their work to help organize this mission. Now, you have a busy program ahead of you. We're on a mission today to uncover and advance new opportunities for Ontario and U.S. companies to work together on our shared priorities of jobs, economic recovery, clean energy, innovation, and health. You'll be talking about R&D opportunities and how we can work together to support and advance the medical isotope sector in our respective regions and to strengthen our shared ability to respond to increasing global demand for medical isotopes. Now, COVID-19 has put into sharp perspective just how interconnected we are and how reliant our economies, healthcare systems, businesses, and supply chains are on this connectivity. Fortunately, for decades, Canadian and Ontario nuclear technologies have been exported around the world. And for the past 19 months, medical isotopes produced, packaged, and shipped from Ontario, Canada, have continued to play a critical role in saving lives in spite of the challenges presented by COVID-19. As a worldwide demand for cobalt-60 isotope has increased significantly with the global pandemic, we're proud that Canada has been part of the solution as the world's largest supplier of cobalt-60, most of which, of course, is irradiated right here in Ontario by Bruce Power and Ontario Power Generation. We're also proud that through Mcmaster University, Ontario continues to provide most of the world's supply of another key medical isotope, iodine-125, used to treat brain tumors and prostate cancer. And that's not all. During the pandemic, Ontario has taken steps to build up our track record of innovation, collaboration, and supply chain strength. Key suppliers, including Mcmaster University, Bruce Power, and Ontario Power, have entered into a number of partnerships with Chemico and Isogen, Laurentis, BWXT, and Germany-based ITM. These partnerships will advance new technologies. They will produce key isotopes that will treat a multitude of cancers more effectively and play a vital role in the advancement of nuclear medicine and medical imaging around the world. And right now, Bruce Power and Ontario Power Generation are working on continuous irradiation of these materials as they refurbish their reactors. This will contribute to both a steady supply and a lower cost of production. We've also been actively promoting and building international relationships. Today's trade mission marks OCNI's third since January 2021. We know that COVID-19 continues to present challenges across virtually every part of our lives, but it's also showing us what's possible when we invest in science and promote trade and collaboration across borders towards a common purpose. Ontario continues to be internationally recognized for our capacity for medical isotope processing. Nuclear research and education continues to thrive here, with 2 research reactors, world-class institutes, and post-secondary programs. And with our concentration of nuclear-powered reactors and our government's commitment to clean nuclear energy as part of our long-term energy mix, Ontario is in very good position to expand our capacity in nuclear isotope research and production. We look forward to finding new opportunities to increase trade research collaboration, and investment by leveraging our strengths and building on our existing partnerships. There's no limit to what we can achieve together. Thank you. Hi, everyone.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Minister Fedeli, and thank you, James, for the opening remarks. So I'm going to get us right into the content for today, which begins with our first panel, which is R&D opportunities. This is a discussion about opportunities for collaboration and translation activities to support and advance the medical isotope sector. Your moderator for this panel will be Marie-Claude Gregar, who is Head of Directorate Isotopes at the Canadian Nuclear Labs. She will be joined by Susan Hogel, who is Radioisotope Portfolio Manager at Oak Ridge National Labs, as well as Andrea Armstrong, who is Research Scientist at Mcmaster. And an 11th hour change, our final speaker, still from the Georgia Institute of Technology, but we will be joined by Dr. Raymond Kao, Professor and Director of the Nuclear Engineering Program. Thank you very much to all of you for agreeing to be here. And with that, I'll hand it over to Marie-Claude to begin the panel.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I don't know if you're seeing me or hearing me.
Yep, all good.
Yep. Okay, perfect. I'm going to start presenting not the panel, but the context plus the CNL. And then Susan will present Oak Ridge, then Andrea Mcmaster, and then Raymond, I think you said, yeah, you would be presenting your university. And then we will go into a couple of questions. So let me share my screen. And then get into, you'll tell me whether you see what I want to show you. Ooh, is it working?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, so it's in presentation mode, yeah?
Yeah, it's got, you've got the kind of like full slideshow in, but it's fine.
I don't know. Yeah, it's not working like it last time, so I'm not too sure why. Okay, I don't know how to do it otherwise. Like, is it better now?
Yeah, we can still see everything. It's good.
Okay. So thank you for joining this panel. I'm going to talk to you about research and development. This is in support and to advance the medical isotope sector. And that can probably be presented in 4 major segments of activities. So isotopes production and R&D is really about exploring production routes, optimizing them, using R&D facilities that host benchtop and upscaling capabilities that are complementary to the translation into large-scale production. If we think about the isotopes life cycle, we need to ensure those steps are optimized, especially isotopes quality and purity, the recycling of targets and material, and the waste management, including disposal. Then to expand their utility, we need to provide methods and tools to optimize the radiopharmaceuticals and therapies efficacy and safety. Namely, we want to optimize radiolabeling, the delivery systems, but also patient dosimetry and the use of combined therapy. And finally, of course, it is important to enable the innovation by developing new production technologies and also prepare for the next generation of isotopes. So I'm going now to introduce the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories. It's a national lab that is focused on national priorities. So our vision for 2030 is to develop and enable clean energy deployment to restore and protect the environment, but also to contribute to the health of Canadians. To do that, we run over 50 laboratories with a team of more than 500 PhDs and researchers who deliver on this broad science portfolio. We operate several sites across Canada, and our main campus is located in Chalk River in the upper Ottawa Valley. So at CNL, we leverage from decades of R&D in isotopes production and nuclear materials processing. We have the capabilities and facilities to build generators, perform highly efficient separation chemistry, and develop radiochemistry methods to increase isotopes quality. Our biology research facility has a capacity of 20,000 rodents and is dedicated into delivering R&D in dosimetry, biodosimetry, and radiobiology of internal and or external exposure, and this to a broad range of radiation, including alpha, beta, gamma, and neutrons. So CNL capabilities currently produce one of the purest Actinium-225 in the market, by using a bench scale Thorium-229 generator that is relying on our abilities to process and recycle nuclear material. We are performing radiopharmaceuticals optimization, and we have the license and capability to handle a broad range of isotopes. Our services in radiopharmaceuticals evaluation include preclinical evaluation, dosimetry, and long-term investigations. These services will be available under GLP recognition early 2022. And finally, we will launch our new Canadian Nuclear Research Initiative dedicated to health R&D at the end of November. This scheme is enabling and promoting R&D collaboration with industry to advance and support collaborative research in the areas of radiopharmaceutical discovery, new delivery systems, increasing the stabilities and safety, and also optimizing their efficacy by preclinical evaluation. The full description of the scheme is available on our website, and the address is at the bottom of this slide. And of course, you are also welcome to directly connect with us and also visit our campus in the Ottawa Valley. Thank you. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay. And with this, I will hand over to you, Susan. Would you be able to share your presentation?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, here we go. All right. Are you seeing it in full screen or in the sort of presenter mode where you see multiple slides?
It's in presenter mode, Susan.
Okay.
That's okay.
There we go. Sometimes it starts in one and sometimes the other. And I've never figured out why. So good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Susan Hogel. I'm a nuclear engineer by training. I've been with Oak Ridge National Laboratory for about 10 years now. I'm currently the portfolio manager for our radioisotope program. So that's supporting all of our radioisotope production and R&D activities for the Department of Energy isotopes program. But I'm actually from Canada, so this is a fun little opportunity to hear some mild accents that I miss dearly. I worked at Chalk River for a few years before moving down here for graduate school in 2008. So great to see what's going on there. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our activities here at Oak Ridge National Laboratory just for a few minutes. So for those of you who don't know, Oak Ridge National Laboratory is a large Department of Energy laboratory in the southeastern United States in East Tennessee. We are the largest multi-program science and energy laboratory of that Department of Energy laboratory complex. We were established in 1943 as part of the Manhattan Project to demonstrate the production and separation of plutonium. We've got about 5,700 people right now working at the lab from over 60 different countries. We have the world's most intense neutron source and the nation's fastest supercomputer We used to have the world's fastest supercomputer. We're #2 now, thanks to Japan, but we are working on getting back to #1 with the Frontier supercomputer that's slated in the near future. So our signature strengths really are neutron sciences, high performance computing, thanks to those fast supercomputers, advanced materials and additive manufacturing, biology and environmental science, nuclear science and engineering, isotopes, and national security research. So isotopes has really just in the last few years been added to those pillars of focus, those focus areas for the laboratory. We have some world-class facilities here at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, including the high flux isotope reactor. That is the highest steady state thermal flux research reactor in the world. I believe the only real competitor to the HIFER is in Russia. And I know they underwent a core upgrade recently, so I'm not sure what their steady state thermal flux is right now. But we have the brightest cold neutron source in the world as part of the HIFER. And the HIFER operates on 25-day cycles and about 5 to 7 cycles every year. We're also home to the Radiochemical Engineering Development Center, and that's where I work. So these are Category 2 nuclear facilities, heavily shielded banks of hot cells for radiation control and alpha containment, as well as a series of laboratories with shielded caves, cub boxes, fume hoods for all of our radiochemical processing and research and development. We have a proposed new radioisotope processing facility, about 40,000 square feet, an additional hazard Category 2 nuclear facility to supplement the REDC, which is at capacity right now. That's slated for completion around the end of the decade, 2028 to 2030. So Oak Ridge National Laboratory has 7 decades of leadership in isotope production. We really transitioned quickly into isotope production coming out of World War II, starting in 1945 with discovery of promethium. We are currently the only worldwide supplier of promethium-147, which is a very important industrial isotope for thin film measurements. We started shipping carbon-14 as well in 1946. When we are currently restarting carbon-14 processing yet again here at the lab. Nickel-63 starting in the 1950s, and we remain the only known supplier of nickel-63, which is used for explosives detection. If you've been flagged at the airport and they swab your hands and check, that's done with nickel-63. 1965, the HIFER came on. In 1977, plutonium-238 was supplied to the Voyager spacecraft. So we now have materials that we've produced outside the solar system. We're currently ramping up plutonium-238 production again towards 1.5 kilograms a year production. And then this is probably the ones that most people are interested in for the purposes of this workshop. 1997, we started our first shipment of Actinium-225 for targeted alpha therapy. We continue to supply that and be the primary supplier worldwide, and submitted a drug master file in 2020 for that material. In 2016, element 117 was named Tennessine, partially in recognition of Oak Ridge National Laboratory's contribution to that discovery, supplying Berkelium-249 for the target material. And then in 2018, we initiated production of Actinium-227, and that supplies a Radium-223 for Xofigo. Just a brief look, these are all of the current and emerging radioisotopes produced at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. So you can see we've got about 24 isotopes there that we have in production, so are available for purchase. The isotopes in green are ones that are production ready, but we are currently not supplying for various reasons. And then the isotopes in yellow there are ones that we have done some research and development on, or are currently we are scaling those up for production, or are considering scaling those up for production. So finally, some of the science and technology gaps that we were asked to talk about. So really the 2 primary areas that we're focusing on are sustainable production. So that's really transitioning products from research and development, because we're primarily a research and development organization, into production. So there's advancements in target design and manufacture that are needed there to maximize the efficiency of radioisotope production and increase product consistency to make post-irradiation separation more straightforward. Improve modeling and modeling of separation systems so that we can develop more effective scaling as we increase production quantities. looking at advanced characterization methods, particularly for hot cell environments. So looking at libs and different types of spectroscopy that can be used in hot cells, as well as automation and waste reduction is a major area of research for us right now as well. And then looking at advancing the science and technology applications of isotopes. So there's a few areas where we're involved in research right now, looking at different isotopically engineered materials, and radioisotope power sources fall into that area. Different types of deposition methods, or being able to produce some complex geometries for sources or very thin films. Modeling of quantum effects and really fundamental actinide sciences, optimizing chelation and encapsulation of materials for targeted delivery platforms, microdosimetry modeling, and then looking at biomarkers to help inform those therapeutic effects. So that's all I have. I'd welcome any questions, or we can move on to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. Yes, I think we will handle the questions afterwards. Thank you for your talk. It's very much on time and very precise. I'm going to now hand over to Andrea. I see you're on, Andrea. Your video is on. Can you share your screen, please?
Yes, it should be sharing now. Just give it 1 second. Having some technology challenges this morning, unfortunately.
It's working.
Okay, great. I rebooted, so hopefully that fixes the situation. Thanks so much for the introduction, and good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be here today representing Mcmaster University. For those of you who aren't familiar with our university, MAC is a mid-sized publicly funded university located in Southern Ontario. We consistently rank among the top 75 universities in the world, and we're Canada's most research-intensive university. We have more than 70 research centers and institutes spread not only on our main campus, but at the neighboring innovation park that's just down the road from our campus. Our university has had a strong focus on nuclear research, including medical isotopes and radiopharmaceuticals, going back to the early 1950s. At the present time in the nuclear energy space, we have active research programs in everything from uranium mining through nuclear waste minimization and reduction and safe storage. That includes safety analysis on Canada's current fleet of nuclear power reactors, but also doing the engineering physics assessment, the reactor core modeling, and materials science to start looking at building, next generation reactors like SMR or the Gen 4 set. We also have active programs around radiation biology and ecology, making sure we fully understand the impact of nuclear power on our environment. Mcmaster is often referred to as Canada's nuclear university. This is because of the truly unique suite of world-class facilities that we've built on the campus. And these are a hugely important part in why we're able to do the research that we can. So I won't get into these in detail other than to say, our Center for Advanced Nuclear Systems is designed for actually taking components from in-service nuclear power reactors and doing machining and analysis on them. The Particle Accelerator Lab is hugely important for our Radiation Sciences graduate program, which is an interdisciplinary program that looks at medical physics, health physics, and how we can use nuclear techniques to study occupational health. For the purposes of today's talk, I think the most important facilities are the labs, the nuclear research reactor, and of course our cyclotron facility. So I'll talk a little bit more about those. So the facilities at MAC, right now, since the closing of the NRU in 2018, that was formerly located at Chalk River National Lab, the nuclear reactor on our campus has become Canada's only major nuclear research reactor, and it's our only major neutron source. The university has recently committed moving our reactor to a continuous operating schedule from its intermittent operating schedule, which is going to be tremendously helpful in helping us to produce significant quantities of a wider range of medical isotopes, including lutetium-177, yttrium-90, and samarium-153. Right next to the nuclear research reactor, we have 24,000 square feet of laboratory space that's licensed by the CNIC, which is Canada's nuclear regulator, meaning we've got 24,000 square feet of space where we can do radioisotope processing. We can design processes for separating medical isotopes. We can look at tagging molecules with radioisotopes. We have facilities for doing cell uptake studies, small animal imaging, and so on and so on. So we can really do all the early stage work here through translational work as well. Finally, the university does have a cyclotron facility, which of course is complementary to a nuclear research reactor. cyclotrons tend to produce the diagnostic pairs, right? The neutron poor radioisotopes that can be used as imaging companions for the therapeutic isotopes that are typically generated at a nuclear research reactor. This is exciting for us. We've actually had the cyclotron facility on campus for about 10 years, but it's really been focused on making FDG for clinical oncology imaging. But in the last year or so, we've redefined the mandate of the facility, and we're now looking at turning this into a real hub for our research platform. In terms of medical isotope research and development at Mcmaster and at Nuclear Reactor in particular, an important thing to note is we've really demonstrated the ability to not only do the introductory small-scale work in the lab facility, but also to scale up these technologies and commercialize them into successful clinical products. So for example, MAC is the world's leader in the production of iodine-125, which is a brachytherapy isotope that's the standard of care for a number of types of cancers, particularly in Asia, where it's used to treat not just prostate cancer, but all solid tumors. So we treat approximately 70,000 patients a year using our nuclear reactor. We've recently become one of the leading suppliers of Querum spheres, which is a new radioembolic therapy that's based on Holmium-166. It's currently approved in several European countries. Holmium-166 has a 27-hour half-life. So the fact that we're generating this at MAC becomes really important as we start looking towards a global clinical trial in 2023, 2024, so that we can get this therapy approved in Canada and in the US. So with only a one-day half-life, it's really important that we have a production facility here in North America to make sure that the North American market has adequate supply. We do maintain an in-house R&D group. That's where these products come from. And one of the things we're most excited about right now is we've just developed a new process for separating nuclear lutetium from ytterbium targets. It's a very flexible process that's designed for research reactors in particular that need only a very low activity concentration in the target so that it can be deployed not just using really high flux reactors, but with a variety of production modalities. I can't say any more than that. The patent is pending on that. We do a lot of collaborative work with academic researchers, and to me, as the research scientist, this to me is one of the most important things that we do. We're a national research resource, and we have researchers from all across Canada coming to us and wanting us to help them out, help them by providing them with custom radioisotopes, helping them to do proof of concept experiments that they can then use to turn around and secure translational funding to scale up their processes. So we currently provide about 24 different radioisotopes, not just for the radiopharmaceutical sector, but for researchers in a broad spectrum of research to help them do this. We do a lot of contract research as well with startup companies, both in Canada and around the world, to help them do product optimization, to do pilot product production runs, identify product formulations, look at preferred production cycles, and so on, and identifying any barriers that might not have popped up during their cold work. Finally, we have active research programs on campus in radiopharmaceutical design and development, and that's led us to the formation of a not-for-profit that's called the Center for Probe Development and Commercialization, which is located on our campus. The CPDC is a tremendously important player in this space. They're experts in cGMP manufacturing of radiopharmaceuticals. They don't just do manufacturing, they're also experts in providing that translation piece from taking a radiopharmaceutical that's shown promise in, say, animal studies and getting that into human beings. So they're currently supporting over 36 clinical trials all around the world with a number of different medical isotopes, including both imaging and therapeutic agents. Notably, the expertise at CPDC has resulted in the creation of a spin-out company called Fusion Pharmaceuticals that's currently trading on the NASDAQ. Fusion is really important in Canada because they are the first made in Canada targeted alpha therapy drug that has reached clinical trial. I think I'll leave it right there, and thank you all for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Andrea. Very nice presentation. Can I now call Raymond?
Yes, this is Raymond.
Hi, Raymond.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Okay, so do you have your presentation ready?
Yes, it's up there. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Well, yes, my name is Raymond Tao, but on the screen you are seeing Stephen Bigelski. I'm actually giving this presentation on behalf of Dr. Stephen Bigelski. He has a teaching conflict. I'm a director of OSU Nuclear Reactor Lab, and I'm also the executive committee member of Isotope Radiation Division at American Nuclear Society. I'm also the former chair in 2015, 2016. Our lab has some relevancy to this conference that we are, among many things we're doing primarily in core radiation, we're also producing, studying the possibility to produce lutetium-177, which is maybe relevant to this conference. But now let me get into the slides prepared by Dr. Stephen Bigelski. I'm just gonna go through it quickly. And it is his outline here. This is more of trying to look into molten salt reactor, give some update, and focusing on the possibility of extracting radionuclide from molten salt reactors. And as you all know, that there's really a worldwide push to develop the next generation of nuclear reactor technology. Among the molten salt reactor is one of the advanced reactor design that are receiving a lot of attention. The first, the reactor tested when critical in 1965 at Oak Ridge National Lab. And if we can just look at this well-known cartoon on the left, it's showing this liquid fuel version of the molten salt reactor. And you can circulating fuel, and there's an inherent process built into this loop is the chemical reprocessing, so that you might actually to extract the radionuclide. Well, on the right, it's just to show you what's the differences between light water reactor, which is being locked in the current nuclear fleet. Well, the history among starting from 1950 to show that there are a lot more viable solutions to this energy crisis we're facing, and so molten salt is perhaps one of the solution. There are many companies worldwide developing molten salt reactors. Among them, one at Canada, Terrestrial Energy, Kairos Power in California, Motex Energy in England, Sorcon in USA, and TerraPower has been developing these advanced reactor technologies for over 12 years. Flap Energy, Transatomic Power Corporation, and also there's a new investment at Texas Natural Resources. This radionuclide, let me just hide this perhaps better. Hide it, loading. The radionuclide extraction from molten salt reactor, you could do off-gassing, and you can actually directly extract this radionuclide. For example, moly-99. This is just one of the idea proposed by a Chinese group, and to extract the molten moly-99 from their liquid thorium molten salt reactor liquid fuel version. The off gas is very interesting. It's considered as the byproducts, considered as a waste in molten salt reactor technology. There's many process has been practiced and now put into research to try to capture this off gas. However, if you think about that off gas, when they actually being captured, they could have commercial value. And in this figure is the most is the one recent research is to show that xenon, krypton, argon, and they might end up as the final products that can have some economic value. This fission products activity is very high in terms cubic centimeter, and we're showing here is the first one is the thorium molten salt reactor liquid fuel version 1, and is currently being built in China. It's only 2 megawatt. And then we have this molten salt breeder reactor, and also molten salt reactor, actinide recycling, transmutation, and also dual fluid reactor. They're all showing you pretty high this fission products activity or concentration. And the example shown here is the molybdenum iodine 131 and xenon 133, and could all possibly be extracted out and to have some value. Another way of thinking of doing is like in the traditional of a reactor, you can have this activation. So lutetium 176 could be activated and put into the experimental activation chamber, or actually as a mixture of the target nuclei in the salt that can be extracted out to make a commercial supply. So just very quickly get into this conclusion. There's a significant research is on the way to develop lessons and build advanced nuclear reactors. Molten salt reactors provide significant potential for radionuclide production. And we could leverage in this next generation nuclear reactor technology for radionuclide production. That is very vital. It's vital to meet the further production needs. All right, so this is my presentation on behalf of Dr. Pigelski, and just acknowledgement, and I will leave the question to the question sessions.
Thank you very much, Ray. Okay, so maybe we can have the panel turn on their camera, and I'm going to ask the first question. Susan, yes, you're here. Okay, so the first question I've selected is about the expansion of therapeutic isotopes, and maybe you could comment on what research gaps exist or are required to be filled to support security in the supply chain. Yeah, would you like to start, Raymond? Because I think you're really on to a new production route, right?
Yes, I'm just giving a summary of what's going on in the U.S. and the world, and there's many progress. But I'll probably have to say it's still really at an earlier stage. And I can see the latest one is perhaps this 2 megawatt Chinese reactor is being built right now. And they're already thinking of building this, for example, what I cited is molybdenum production into that reactor design. And that perhaps one of the latest development we would have seen in the reality, but many others are still in the R&D phase. And it's exciting, and but R&D have to go first and go in the front. The basic research has to start it now in order to meet the future demands. And also in the US, there is a push to have legislation for building a new research reactor on campus. And there's a significant investment on that. We will see the bill in next year, I guess. But once that is being realized, one of the major push is actually for medical isotope production using this advanced research reactor to be built on campus. So something maybe similar to the reactor at Mcmaster. So that's, I don't know if I answered the question.
Any complementary answer, Susan, on the US side and the like the option to go more for those advanced reactors on campus?
Yeah.
Medical isotope agenda.
So I know we had people may be aware we had a very long outage of the high flux isotope reactor here back in 2019. Which caused some issue for some of our shorter-lived isotopes. We took that as an opportunity really to look at what can we do with the other reactors that exist in the U.S. fleet. Obviously, things like the Advanced Test Reactor or the Missouri University Research Reactor don't have as high of a flux as a high flux isotope reactor. But we did take that opportunity to look at, could those be backups for potential hyper outages in the future? What sort of specific activities can we get from that? We're also looking at, we have some research and development in radioactive electromagnetic isotope separation. And are there opportunities where RAD-EMIS could allow you to use a lower flux reactor and then increase the enrichment of your radioisotope product afterwards using RAD-EMIS? It adds some time, of course. So, that makes it a challenge when you've got a short half-life activity. It's going to add some time between end of bombardment to delivery, but looking at that as a backup option. I will say one of the things we plan to continue is our Actinium-225 supply from the cow, from thorium-229, because that is something that's not going anywhere. We have two different Actinium-225 supplies here at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. We have both our cow-derived Actinium-225, which comes from thorium-229, and then we're also involved in a collaboration with Brookhaven and Los Alamos National Labs for supply of Actinium-225 direct proton radiation. But of course, that's something that has to be online at any time. And so a failure in an accelerator or an issue at a processing facility could cause a gap in the ability to supply that product. And so I don't think that cow-derived Actinium-225 is going to supply the entire world for the future, but I think it's a backup supply that we absolutely need to maintain, because we can milk that product and we can ship Actinium-225 52 weeks a year, as we did throughout the entire coronavirus pandemic. And we are looking at ways to increase our thorium-229 supply. We have 2 different research projects ongoing right now, because I think that's going to continue to provide some of that baseload actinium.
Thank you, Susan. Any comment, Andrea, on the lower flux reactors capabilities and optimization maybe of the isotopes quality?
Yeah, so many things have already been mentioned. I mean,
you're on mute.
Can you not hear me? I did unmute myself.
I can hear you.
You're not on mute. We can hear you.
Okay. So many things have already been mentioned. So the redundancy in the supply chain is really important. And I agree, it's about coordinating technologies, multiple reactors and so on. I think there definitely is a role for research reactors and for lower flux research reactors as well, because they're more research tools. So, when you're looking at a high flux reactor that has the highest neutron flux in the world, you have to make sure that what you're putting in that is the things that absolutely need to go in there. You have to really choose your strategic priorities for what's going into a flux of 10 to the 15. You can't necessarily use that for low scale radioisotope production to support a faculty member who thinks that they might like to try having a few microcuries of something. And it's an important role that research reactors play. Lower flux reactors is enabling that early stage research at basic levels, at intermediate levels, and then helping with the scale up. And of course, in certain cases, as in our case, I mean, we are a supplier of the world's biggest supplier of 2 different radioisotopes, depending on what technologies work well with your research reactor. So there's a lot of talk of using high flux reactors, nuclear power reactors, and so on and so on. They're more restrictive in terms of the types of materials that they can accommodate inside them. Things that are sensitive to heat, sensitive to gammas, sensitive to thermal expansion, and so on. And for larger volume targets, you're never going to be able to use some of the really high flux sites just because of the size being compact. So I think there's certainly a role to play for research reactors in helping support early and translational research, and also in certain places also looking at large scale production.
Thank you, Angie.
Here?
Yeah, go on.
Can I make a comment about a research reactor, the low power research reactor, because we do have a very typical low power research reactor at Ohio State is 500 kilowatts. And over the years, we've been trying to figure out what we can produce in terms of isotope. Well, the low power, you do produce the short half-life, the radionuclide. So for the radionuclide that are with half-life of hours and days, this low power reactor has advantages when they actually located very closely to a medical hospital. At Ohio State, we have the location, we're not far away from Cleveland, 2 hours driving distance, Myers Clinic over there. Ohio State has its own big hospital. So there is actually quite a high interest to produce isotope with short half-life that can be supplied locally originally.
Yeah, it all depends on what the isotope is required, what the requirements are around that, like what does the specific activity have to be? Because often at a low power reactor, it's lower neutron flux. So only a much smaller fraction of the atoms are becoming radioactive or becoming medical isotopes. So that's okay if you have a really great separation process for separating out the radioactive species from the target material. But it's if it's one of these sort of direct production reactions where you take element X and you're just making a heavier isotope of element X, then you can't separate them out. So the lower flux can become a bit of a problem in that scenario.
Yeah, and then you came to the complementarity of other techniques such as, accelerators, and it might even be, Linux as well, eLinux. So
personally, I think Linux is one of the most exciting new developments because you look at, for example, copper-67, that's a radioisotope. People have been talking about copper-67 for literally 50 years, and it's just never really been viable before. It's just too expensive in a nuclear reactor because the target is so rare, et cetera, and the yields are so low because it's a fast neutron reaction. And it doesn't work really well on a cyclotron either because of contamination with copper-64. But Linux are potentially changing the game in a couple of isotopes, some of the alpha emitters, but certainly copper-67 as well.
And I think it is important for these communities to talk together so that we can really optimize each route. So that we don't spend also a lot of extra R&D to try to refine something that actually, would give you a suboptimal advantage compared to another technique. So sometimes it's also about, like choosing the right horse and making, in order to deliver to the end user, who is the patient, because what you want to deliver is really a super pure isotope for the patient, because that's the goal at the end of the day. Any comment, Ray? No. I see it's 10 a.m. already. I think our session. Oh no, we still have 15 minutes. Oh, wonderful. Okay, so next question. I don't know why I thought we were going to stop at 10. Okay, so I just wanted to go back because a fair few are producing now lutetium-177 and actinium-225. So with that expansion in use, can you highlight some of the challenges that are less understood in the sector? So who'd like to start? So challenges less understood in the sector, as in the sector of isotopes production, I'd say. So we could probably talk about, the purity or the radiopharmaceuticals. Andrea, you have a big experience with the CPDC and also the refinement and the contracts with industry who are manufacturing drugs.
I mean, that's certainly not my area of expertise, but I can say, I mean, from the work that we've done some radioanalytical work with actinium, of course, and we've had the material from Oak Ridge. We've had both the cyclotron generated material and this material from thorium cow. And one of the things that I think is really important going forward is figuring out what the specifications need to be around actinium-225 for it to be clinic ready. So obviously the material coming out of cow is the best quality material. It's extremely high specific activity. There's no long-lived actinium and so on. But as you've both mentioned, there's a very limited supply. Two of the few places in the world are speaking on this panel right now. So it's really, really a very rare thing to have access to. So to me, the question becomes, when we start looking at producing actinium-225 on large cyclotrons, what's tolerable in terms of the specific activity, in terms of the radionuclidic purity. So when we're looking at that actinium-227 contaminant, what's an acceptable level? Is it 0.1%, 0.001? Is it actually zero? Or maybe we can start using enrichment techniques to separate out the actinium-227 from 225. I was very intrigued by you mentioning that, Susan. So maybe I'll turn it to you for a comment.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. Because we supply both those routes of actinium-225, we frequently get customers who are requesting specifically the cow material, and when we offer them the accelerator produced material, they often say, no, I want the cow material. That's the best, but they don't really have a justification for what sort of levels they need. And I think there are a lot of people who could be taking that accelerator produced material. you know, and at some point we'll have any choice. And so we really need to be developing that now in terms of what levels of Actinium-227 and other impurities are acceptable.
Yeah, and I would like to comment on that, because the thing is, a lot of those options are driven by the knowledge in radiobiology. And if you want really to expand the market, you can't really just provide therapy to people who are at the last final stages of cancer. You really want also to deploy it to benefit a lot of other indications. And if you do that, you really want to understand what is the long-term effects, you know, of what, you know, either contaminants and also of the delivering systems. What is the optimal delivery system or platform that you can use to minimize, you know, like collateral effects? So there's still quite a lot of research to do there. And I think also opportunities for people to collaborate in that space, you know, which is a bit less, should be a bit less competitive in terms and more collaborative, because it's all about expanding the actual application of the isotopes.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you have more work on? Yeah.
I would just say one point that I think is perhaps not really well understood with the actinium is there's often, you know, the 1% long-lived. It's 1% by radioactivity. But when you look at the mass, the molar ratio, the number of actinium atoms, if you have 1% actinium-227, there's actually 7 times as many actinium-227 atoms as actinium-225 atoms. And that's a bit of a subtle point, but it becomes important when you start looking at targeted radiopharmaceuticals where you have a limited number of receptors, perhaps the expression of the receptor isn't as high as you'd like it to be. So that can start to become a challenge with some of the drug molecules, depending on how good your pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics are.
Yeah, that's right. Any comment on that, Susan? I think you mentioned the delivery systems and platforms.
Yeah, I guess one challenge I see as as we have growth in lutetium, actinium, and really just growth in targeted radiotherapy as well, is really just ensuring that we have adequate training provided in radiopharmacy. You know, labeling these for delivery is a lot more complex than just doing a simple dispensing. And I think it's important to make sure that that knowledge is being incorporated into pharmacy programs, and including in developing countries as well, so that we aren't, you know, hoarding this knowledge and these treatments in our own countries where we're producing these materials.
Yeah, that's right. Ray, you have a comment.
Yes, I just make a comment. Again, this is just on the logistic issue of producing radionuclide. For example, I will say lutetium-177. And again, as the small low power reactor, what I can say is most of the research reactor were just providing neutrons. And there's really not much expertise for pharmaceutical process. And this, in order to produce isotopes, actually the really big combination of this tool. But what we can say is right now we're just providing neutron. We're actually investigating lutetium-177. It's very nice, but with the half-life is short, after the radiation have to have this transportation cask to another facility, maybe pretty not very far away, but still hours away, and to do a radiopharmaceutical labeling or process purification, etc. So what I would say is really the problem is that they really need a very close collaboration, perhaps have building this hot cell facility within research reactors, so that not only providing neutrons, but also can do some preconditioning processing of this radionuclide, and to really speed up the process of fabricating that into drugs and to deliver, just given their short half-life.
So it's really about all this articulation of activities that you think should really happen locally. Or more local.
Yeah,
and what about
locally as possible? Yes.
Yeah. That makes sense. And how about then pairing pairing the production also with the imaging pair? Because for each isotope, you generally have another isotope, which is the diagnostic or the imaging pair, right? And they are not necessarily produced by the same technology. So what are your thoughts about that? Would you go, for example, for isotopes that are therapeutic isotopes that you can image, or will you go systematically, for example, for imaging agents that are paired with therapeutic agents? Those imaging agents would be short-lived by produced in a much broader network, for example, of sites. What do you think? Okay. Maybe I was not clear in my question, or anybody would like to comment?
I could comment. I mean, I agree with a number of things. I agree there's a shortage of skilled people in this space. It's really hard to find people who have the skills to do radio labeling and radioisotope research and production. Logistics are always challenging. We find that a lot. We're shipping an isotope that has a 27-hour half-life and treating patients in Europe, and it's all about the logistics. It's about lining everything up. It's about booking the flight, making sure that it lands at the airport, that it gets priority customs clearance, that it gets to the dispensing lab, and then it has to go through QC, and then it has to be shipped to the hospital. So it's a minimum 55, 60 hours from when the radioisotope leaves the core of the reactor to when it's getting administered to a patient. And that's, you know, that's flying to another continent. That's really the best you can hope for when you don't have all your steps in one place, where you're just having the reactor providing the neutrons, and then you're having a dispensing lab at another site, so, or a radiopharmaceutical manufacturing and so on. So I do agree, as we get into shorter-lived radioisotopes, even things like lutetium, which is 7 days, it's not super short-lived, but there's a huge advantage to being able to have your radioisotope production site right next to your radiopharmaceutical manufacturing site, to prevent at least one of those shipping transactions from having to happen, and to prevent losing material to radioactive decay.
Suzanne, a comment?
Yeah, just anywhere that we can trim down time. Those are things that we're looking at right now. There's so much, logistical red tape. I know for our Actinium-225, the flight that our product leaves on Mondays is, I think, around 8 o'clock in the evening. But in order for us to get it on that flight, we have to have it to our internal shipping team by noon. It takes 8 hours for them to, process all of the paperwork and get it to the airport and get through all of the red tape at the airport to get it on that flight. So our processing crew arrives about 3 or 4 in the morning on Mondays, and they're typically on a day shift, just so that they can get that product to our shipping team by noon to get on that 8 p.m. flight. So it's very challenging, and it's stressful for our team as well. Knowing that they've got such a short deadline, I think we can't ignore the human toll that some of these activities place on the people doing this radioisotope program work. And it's so hard on them if we miss a shipment and we know that, now there's a patient who isn't going to be able to get that dose. So anything that we can do to decrease that burden and decrease the time required for that shipment will be greatly beneficial.
Yeah, great points. Yeah, go on.
We've worked a lot with our freight forwarder. So the rule here for us used to be that it had to be at the airport a minimum 6 hours before its flight. And we've really worked with Air Canada Cargo and our logistics team to get it down to, they're now willing to accept the box about 4.5 hours before the flight. There's a hard deadline of 4 hours, so we aim for 4.5. But even the paperwork, we're booking all the flights, et cetera, and we try to get all the boxes pre-labeled and everything, so that when it goes into the reactor operations crew, all they have to do is pull it out of the core, slap a couple of labels on the box, and then we have a courier already ready coming to pick it up. But it's very challenging.
Yeah, it is, and it definitely puts pressure on the staff. I agree with that.
It absolutely does. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think the logistics is sometimes overlooked, and it's a very important point. That can also drive, more research and development on complementary routes and a better ability, to perform some of the activities locally. Thank you all for participating. I see, Andrew, you're flagging that we have 1 minute left, or one.
Yeah, I think, well, if it's all right with you, Marie-Claude, we're gonna end it there, just to advance throughout the day. I wanted to thank all the speakers and for your excellent presentations and this very informative conversation. I think that was some really interesting discussion about some of the challenges and opportunities that exist. So thank you all for your participation. And with that, I'm going to begin to introduce our second panel, which is focused on medical isotope production, a discussion on irradiation and enrichment capabilities. This panel will be moderated by Terry Campkin, who is Senior Manager of Isotope Sales at Ontario Power Generation. He'll be joined by James Harvey, who is the Chief Science Officer at North Star Medical Radioisotopes, as well as Maya Ingram, Program Manager, Isotopes and Business Development at Bruce Power. And last but certainly not least, Matt Sanford, who is Associate Director, Products and Services at the MUR Research Reactor in the United States. So Terry, I'll hand it over to you to get things started for the panel, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrew, and good morning, everybody. So Terry Campkin here. I am the Senior Manager of Isotope Sales for Ontario Power Generation. So like Andrew said, I'm going to moderate this session with some of my colleagues here. We'll kick off by doing a little introduction of myself and OPG and basically our capabilities and our current business as it pertains to isotopes. So let me just get my screen up here. There we go. Okay, so I trust everyone can see my screen. So OPG, who we are, Ontario Power Generation. We have 2 nuclear facilities here in Ontario. We're responsible for approximately 50% of the power generation that's done here in Ontario. You can see down at the bottom here just a couple of quick factoids about us. 18,000 megawatt generating capacity is what we have here, contributing to the 50% that I mentioned earlier. Looking at the map here, you can see that we have a diverse portfolio of production capabilities. So the 2 little pink dots here, that's our nuclear stations at Pickering and Darlington. We also own the 2 over at Bruce, and we lease those out. But further to that, we have a more diverse complement of facilities across Canada and the US, including some thermal stations, solar, and some renewable energy hydro stations, as well as gas. So moving into talking about what we're really here to talk about, which is isotopes. So not only does OPG operate to generate electricity, but we're Ontario's longest operating commercial irradiator as well. We've actually been producing cobalt-60 at our Pickering station since the early 1970s. And we're currently undergoing some construction at our Darlington facility to basically raise our capabilities. So we're adding cobalt-60 capabilities with our partner Nordion, based out of our 4 units at the Darlington station. And we've worked with partnering with Laurentis Energy Partners, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of OPG's, as well as BWXT to work on a Moly-99 project. So this one's a really interesting one where we're installing capability with a target delivery system that's going to allow us to radiate online. I'll get into that a little bit more as I get through the rest of this presentation. So we've really worked to develop a knowledgeable workforce in development, implementation, and delivery of irradiation services. And of course, we're always looking to expand on that. So moving forward here, it's just a quick little schematic to kind of take you through the different things that we do and the capabilities that we have. So of course, we operate CANDU reactor units here in Ontario at our 2 stations. So currently, in order to irradiate our isotopes, we do it through a variety of ways. So for example, our cobalt is inserted via rods and is irradiated in between outages. It's only harvested during an outage, and then it's shipped off to our partner. The Moly-99 via the TDS, the target delivery system, as I mentioned, that's all done online, and that's something that we're possibly be able to leverage for similar capabilities for any future isotopes as well. So within the CANDU reactor unit, though, obviously we've got treated heavy water that we use throughout our moderator and heat transport. So we have a facility in Darlington called the Tritium removal facility, which we take the moderator water through, and and basically it detritiates the heavy water. And what we're left with then is obviously detritiated heavy water, which is very useful in a variety of ways. Not only back for operations within OPG, but also we sell it to other folks for various uses. And we also become the sole civilian provider of tritium. So this is one of our ITCs here, immobilized tritium containers, and we repurpose that tritium and we're able to sell it for a variety of uses, some medical, some non-medical, and can also be used. There's a lot of interest in that with the fusion industry. So it's going to continue to be an important thing to have access to for the medical isotope industry going forward. Further to that with the tritium, so as tritium decays, it decays into helium-3, and we've got a partnership with Laurentis Energy where they are extracting the helium-3 and able to sell that as an isotope as well. So that's just kind of another new exciting one that we've got going on. So just thought this was a really interesting way to demonstrate how it's all sort of connected, and yeah, at each kind of juncture of the connectivity, the value in the products that are created. So moving forward just a little bit more on the tritium removal facility. Again, I find this as kind of one of our unique capabilities in that, you know, we're unique in that we have one. So this is it with the red square around it there. That's at our Darlington nuclear facility. So it provides value in that, you know, it's reducing radiological dose, it's reducing emissions to the environment. So it's serving its purpose in terms of making the water less tritiated, obviously. But again, as I demonstrated on the previous slide, it's providing us with value in that we're the world's sole civilian source of tritium, and also now the capabilities that we're adding around helium-3. We also have, we're also a good source for the detritiation services for other facilities that may need some detritiation, and to produce some low tritiated heavy water. So that's about it in terms of, you know, OPG and our facilities and our capabilities. Like I said, obviously we're doing what we can to expand on our current isotope portfolios, and we're always looking for other opportunities and other things to contribute within the industry. There's my contact information, and happy to chat further with anybody else if anybody wants to talk further about isotopes and further development. And with that said, I'm going to pass the baton over to James from Northstar.
Thanks, Terry. Somebody get my first slide up, please.
Yep, sure. 1 second, James. All right, good to go.
Thank you, Terry. As Terry said, I'm Jim Harvey. I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief Science Officer of Northstar Medical Technologies, aka Northstar Medical Radioisotopes. Next slide, please. This slide relates to our FDA-approved product. I'm only showing it because I refer to the slide, and I have to tell you that there is an indication for the use of technetium-99m and the generator that's called radiogenics. Next slide, please. There's important risk information. All of this information can be attained on Northstar's website by getting our copy of our package insert. I'm not going to read it. I'm just referring you to our website where you can get a full package insert. Next slide, please. Northstar has been producing and distributing domestic non-uranium, non-HEU sourced Moly-99 now for 3 years. We've got multiple radiogenics generating systems approved by the FDA and installed in nuclear pharmacies. We've continued to achieve other FDA-related program approvals in the last 3 years, allowing us to continue to move forward with expansion of our various operations. The new At our North Star Columbia operations, we've installed a new fill line in 2020. This gave us a 4x production increasing capability. We've also started the use of enriched molybdenum-98 targets early in January this year. That gave us another 4x boost in capability. Are bringing online right now a new processing building with state-of-the-art equipment at our Beloit facility. We'll continue to irradiate targets down at the Missouri reactor with our partner there at the Missouri University Research Reactor. We anticipate right now submitting the prior approval supplement to the FDA for this new processing and fill line mid next year. And this will, once approved by the FDA, will provide North Star with a capability of producing greater than 3,000 6-day curies of Moly-99 on a weekly basis. Concurrently, we're establishing a dual production process by bringing online our electron accelerator facility. The facility was completed this year. We took possession of 2 TT300HE rotatrons from IBA, and those are also in process of being commissioned right now. This will add additional Moly-99 production capability. That PAS is also planned to go to the FDA in third quarter of next year. But the exciting thing about the electron accelerator buildings that we're building and the electron accelerators that we're installing is that we have announced commercial scale production programs for both copper-67 and actinium-225 at our facility. We'll be bringing on the copper-67 in late next year, and we're bringing on the actinium-225 production in late 2023. With these high-powered accelerators, we've got a number of other isotopes that we can also produce, and those will be announced in good time. Next slide, please. This is our facility in Beloit, Wisconsin. You can see that there are several sections of the facility. To the far right is our home office, our administrative office areas, and some non-rad production facilities, clean rooms, etc., that support the radiogenics instrument for all of our work that we do with our customers. In the section there to the left end of the large building, that is a 20,000 square foot facility that houses the new hot cells, fill lines, automated packaging equipment, reclamation laboratories, everything that's related to our Moly-99 production. Also going to be installed in there starting in January will be the hot cells to process the copper-67. That's a 20,000 square foot facility on the main floor, but it also has a mezzanine and a waste bunker system in the basement under there. So the hot cells, all that's been integrated together in that facility. The most exciting thing is the building on the left that you see there with the arrow to it. That's the first accelerator facility that was just finished. That building houses the first 2 of our TT300HE Rotatron accelerators. It also has an office area attached to it on the right side, the dark end of that building. If you look at just the accelerator piece and don't consider the square footage of the office area, you can see that we've actually already prepped the land there for up to 4 more of these accelerator facilities can go in that section of the property there. Each of these accelerator buildings holds 2 of the TT300HE rotatrons from IBA. So we could conceivably have a total of 10 accelerators there in that section. You also see another piece of our property down in the lower left-hand corner of the slide. We broke ground on September 23rd on our future actinium production facility. That building construction starts in spring. The building is being designed now, and the accelerators are more TT300HE accelerators are going to go into that facility for actinium production. Next slide, please. What's exciting again is about our accelerators. You can see kind of a schematic layout of the facility there. Each facility holds 2 accelerators. These are first of the kind accelerators that we work with IBA to develop. They are 40 million electron volts, 125 kilowatts of power from each accelerator. So we have an extremely high energy, powerful machine that we can produce commercial scale radioisotopes with. Some other unique features about it that these are public information, especially the fact that we're cooling with helium. We developed this helium cooling system with the Department of Energy over the last 5 years or so, and we've been using it now for at a smaller scale for, like I said, over 5 years. One of the most exciting things there in the lower right-hand corner is the first beam spot off one of the accelerators. It's a very low current beam spot, but nevertheless, it's a very nice beam spot, very well centered on the in the target area. Next slide, please. Just a quick summary. We've been producing moly for 3 years in the United States market. We've got massive expansion capabilities underway and still ongoing. Multiple FDA approvals of the facility. It's a GMP production facility, and we're expanding very rapidly to add at least copper-67 and actinium-225 by electron accelerator production in the next 2 years. And as I said earlier, other medical isotopes are coming. So North Star has got a very vigorous program underway. We have an infrastructure and a facility that gives us the capabilities of expanding dramatically in the coming years to meet commercial needs of these and other isotopes that we're making. Thank you.
All right. So thanks, James, for that. I'm going to pass it over to Maya now from Bruce Power.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? I will share my screen, and I think we should be good to go. Okay, it says participants can now see my screen, so I'm hoping that it's in presentation mode and everything is all set there. So yeah, thanks everyone. My name is Maya Ingram. I'm a program manager with Isotopes and Business Development at Bruce Power, and excited to be here to talk about what Bruce Power is doing in the space of irradiation with our nuclear reactors, and how that supports the overall isotope ecosystem. So a little bit about Bruce Power. We are located about 3 hours northwest of the GTA area in the beautiful Bruce County. I'm looking outside right now. We've got the beautiful golden leaves. It looks like the quintessential fall sunny day here. So a beautiful place to be, and right on the lake, which is great from a CANDU reactor cooling perspective. So on the Bruce Power site, we have 8 reactors. We have a capacity. We just announced an increase of our capacity up to 6,550 megawatts. And we are a 24/7 operation. So yes, our primary business is electricity generation through our nuclear reactors, but there's a really interesting synergy that you can kind of build with that consistency when it comes to the nuclear power and the electricity production with also producing isotopes. So we are currently going through our life extension program, our major component replacement, where we're extending the life of our plant. So not only do we have a consistent, reliable supply, we have a large capacity when it comes to high neutron density through our CANDU reactors, but we're also extending the life out to the 2060s. So a really interesting opportunity when it comes to the irradiation potential from Bruce Power, as well as proximity to the major hub, which is Toronto in Ontario. It is just an exciting time here at Bruce Power. So in terms of our current production, we are producing cobalt-60. We produce both the low specific and high specific activity cobalt-60, and we do that with our partners Nordion out of Ottawa. And we've been doing this for actually decades now. Cobalt-60 obviously is a really important sterilization isotope for, especially when we're seeing single-use medical devices and equipment become such an important part of the fight against COVID-19, as well as multiple other uses, as you would have seen from some of the earlier videos and presentations. And then the high specific activity cobalt-60, we're also producing that. A really interesting opportunity when it comes to cancer treatments, when it comes to various treatment options using cobalt. So I think there are opportunities to grow there. I know it's used in the gamma knife treatments, as well as we're looking at expanding into the gamma pod, which is a breast cancer treatment. So a really, really exciting treatment option there as it relates to medical isotopes, and something that we're proud to be a partner with Nordion and proud to be able to support the global economy as it relates to cobalt-60. And then we're currently working on an isotope production system where we will be producing lutetium-177. So as you can see on the screen there, we do have a simplified schematic on our isotope production system, where we have targets being inserted into our core, irradiated, and then transported. So really breaking down the simple component that Bruce Power is able to provide from an irradiation standpoint within the supply chain of the medical isotope process. A really small component. I mean, when you think about it, this is really just getting the isotope, or sorry, the material from, in this case, it's ytterbium-176 into the lutetium-177. So our partners, Isogen, who is made up of Kinectrix and Framatome, are a really important piece of this supply chain in terms of helping us move the lutetium-177 from its initial state into the overall supply chain, and a really exciting growth opportunity for Bruce Power in terms of leveraging our high neutron density and leveraging our consistent operations to produce, in this case, a more short-lived isotope compared to obviously cobalt-60, which is a little bit longer half-life and longer use time. So when we think about the lutetium-177 production, again, we are just a small piece of that supply chain. We're able to partner with really important individuals within the global market to help us with leveraging our capacity, understanding what we can do, and moving the needle when it comes to this type of game-changing activity within nuclear reactors, and something that's already occurring in Ontario. So again, we're able to provide that irradiation piece, and then we're able to work with our partners Isogen to move the materials in and out of our facilities, and then get them over to ITM in Germany to work through that processing, and then ultimately into the patient. So I will keep things short and sweet this morning. There is my contact information, but I look forward to a great discussion with Terry and the rest of the panel this morning. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Maya. That's great. So we'll move on now over to Matt Sanford, please.
Is that working?
Yeah, you're just not in presentation mode yet, but the presentation is up, Matt.
How about now?
There you go. Yep.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present today from beautiful Missouri. My name is Matt Sanford, and I'm the Director of Products and Services Operation here at the University of Missouri Research Reactor. I just have a few slides this morning about our 10 megawatt reactor that's based here in Columbia, Missouri on the University of Missouri campus. So MUR is an exciting and fast-paced facility. It's rapidly growing in all areas of research, education, service, and economic development, which are the 4 missions of the University of Missouri. MUR's high flux and operating schedule, that's what we're famous for, I think, make us an ideal supplier for nuclear products and services. We operate 52 weeks per year, 6.5 days per week, with a great deal of flexibility offered for various target types and geometries, with handling facilities and expertise developed over decades of operation. Lots of building expansions to house different projects and different kinds of hot cells. We have a versatile shipping program and a Type B container fleet for the shipment of irradiated targets and our radiochemical products, including routine international shipments. MUR is the only US supplier of the active ingredients for a number of FDA-approved drugs, and we have a track record of reliability in reactor operation and also the manufacturing consistency and GMP compliance. So MUR supports the university's goals in research and education with several in-house research and teaching programs focused in a variety of disciplines, with a growing focus and sustained focus on developing radiopharmaceuticals. Scientists from across campus and around the world use MUR's reactor and its facilities, and also contribute to our product development. And the research and service mix well together in the culture at MUR, with each supporting the other. We have a strong record of partnerships with industry on the supply of APIs, with a focus always on quality, reliability, safety, and excellent customer service. We have multiple FDA-approved pharmaceuticals that depend on the weekly production at MUR. There were no disruptions through COVID, no disruptions through weather. We do our best to be 100% reliable to our customers. And in addition to MUR, I want to make you aware of the university's abilities and as a really, I think, a growing leader in bench to bedside development of radiopharmaceuticals. MU uniquely offers not just MUR, the reactor facility, but also a teaching hospital, a college of veterinary medicine and veterinary hospital, an NIH recognized mutant mouse research center, the only NIH recognized swine research center in the US, the newly established molecular imaging and theranostic center across the street from the reactor called MITSI, and the newly built Next Gen Precision Health Institute, all combining, I think, to allow MUR and MU to better coordinate first in-person clinical trials. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Matt. And thanks to all of the panel for your presentations. Very informative, very good, very well done. So I'd like to invite the panelists now to turn on your cameras and we can just have a little discussion. I think we've got about 15 minutes here. So the first question I had for the panel was, what do you see as the biggest risk to a secure supply chain in terms of irradiation and enrichment? What are some risks you're seeing out there?
When you said enrichment, Terry, do you mean enrichment of starting product? Starting materials?
Right.
The biggest challenge that we see is that there's a very big shortage of commercial producers of enriched starting materials around the world. The Department of Energy here in the US is trying to expand their program, but it's not going to come really online in a larger scale for a number of years down the road, I think. You'll probably hear more about that in a subsequent session from Dr. Beloit. But right now, a lot of medical isotopes rely on starting materials, stable isotopes rely on Russian sources. And the political situation has been a bit challenging recently, and that puts at risk some of the supplies of stable isotopes that may be needed to manufacture medical radioisotopes. There's at least one other potential supplier, Urenco in the Netherlands. They have a stable isotope program, but they don't make every isotope that may be needed in the quantities that are needed. So at some point, the market, the world needs to grapple with the problem that there may need to be expanded stable isotope enrichment capabilities around the world in the future.
I couldn't agree more, Jim. I would have said the same things. Aging reactors and sole dependence on Russia for the stable isotopes. Those are the two biggest concerns that I see.
So what about in terms of the irradiation itself? And I know, so Matt, you mentioned aging reactors. Any other risks that the team sees with the actual irradiation process through the supply chain?
Not really with the irradiation process in the supply chain, but I think one risk that we can't discount is the speed and the consistency with which we need to be able to supply these isotopes. So I know we had talked about, or obviously it was mentioned that having consistent supply of the initial material is going to be essential. I think connecting with what the end user is going to need, connecting with medical institutions that are prescribing these treatments, and then delivering on when they need these treatments, I think is going to be a key piece of the puzzle. So I see that risk to be sort of downstream, which then impacts the overall production. So without that, without the irradiation that can support that need, support that demand, you're going to see a decrease in these types of treatments that are prescribed because they're just not reliable. So I think matching up with what the end user is needing in terms of timelines and matching it up with the irradiation capacity and when that needs to happen, I think is going to be really essential. And I think both a challenge, but also equally an opportunity for the industry when it comes to the irradiation capacities.
One of the things we hear routinely from our customers is reliable supply. They want to know that if they've ordered a curie of something for Monday morning, they're going to get that curie. And one of the tenets that North Star has followed is trying to establish dual production sources so that we can meet those needs. It's not an easy challenge. It is there, but it's something that we have to recognize that when you start talking about especially therapeutic isotopes that could be approved for patient use, that patient is counting on getting that dose on Monday morning or Tuesday morning. And so reliability of supplies is important. And you got to have alternative logistics routes because, volcanoes erupt in Iceland sometimes, and that can mess things up unexpectedly. So you have to establish multiple different logistics routes also. So reliability of supply, both in manufacturing the isotope and getting it to the patient, is what's critical for the future.
Great points, great conversation. So hearing a lot about reliability of supply, and obviously within the pharmaceutical industry, having the supply chain seen as reliable and robust is pretty important. So how would you say we can foster collaboration, in this competitive environment so that we're supporting growth of radiopharmaceutical industry that is beneficial for everybody?
Yeah, Terry, I'll jump in. I think that there are opportunities to have forums such as these to start sharing as much information as you can share. I think there are there's a lot of red tape, and there's also a lot of confidentiality when it comes to the aspects in terms of what you're producing and what your capacities are and how you do it, et cetera, et cetera. But I think there is also an opportunity, especially as you're talking about cross-border, when you're having different regulators who are approving things, when you have different governing bodies and safety standards, and even just requirements to ship these types of products. I think having a lot of these conversations is probably the best way to start opening up the dialogue, and also just starting to plant seeds to look at solutions to problems in a different way. The way that, for example, we may do it in Ontario is not going to be the same way that you do it in Missouri, is not going to be the same way that you do it in the UK and wherever you are, right? So looking at it in a different way is an opportunity there, but starting to understand the different barriers that I think the multiple players face, I think will be helpful to create more redundancy, to create more consistency across the supply. That would be kind of my thought to start. I don't know if anyone else on the panel has any other thoughts to add.
No, I agree with you. I think that everyone needs to realize that that there may be reasons where competitors need to figure out how to work together to meet patient need in the future. And there are ways that you can do that.
I agree. I think we're all, in some cases, competitors, but we're in this together. And we often talk at MER about playing nice with others. But I think for the most part, we in the industry try to tackle our problems alone. And there's always room to try to remove the barriers together. For example, just being united in our interface with regulators. I think that's one of the big ones, instead of trying to each do the lift alone.
Matt, you're nail on the head. If we can't meet the patient need, the therapy will die. And it won't, then the commercial production of that isotope won't be needed because the therapy died. And so you've got to figure out a way to meet the patient's needs, and getting the product to the patient is the most important thing. So figure out a way to work together. There may be reasons why it makes good sense.
Yeah, I kind of think of it sometimes, liken it to, we do power generation here, obviously, right? As well as isotopes. And when it comes to power generation, we have our base load of power, which is nuclear. And then for, peak or off-peak hours, we have more variable ability to react by supplementing it with wind and solar. If we as a isotope community could develop a similar model where I think, James, you had said it, there's various avenues or various ways to get the different products to a patient. I think that will allow us to react better, but also have sort of the redundancy for if for whatever reason one of the supply avenues dries up.
Matt said something very important a second ago. Regulators. We need harmonization of regulations around the world in order to facilitate moving radioisotopes from the US to Canada, or from Europe back to the US, or vice versa. The IAEA has a set of regulations. The US Department of Transportation has a set of regulations. The NRC gets their fingers in it, and I'm sure in every country, every other regulator gets their fingers in it. But if we could get to a point where there's harmonization on many of these regulations, where all countries and all parties are working to the same standard and regulatory requirements, that is going to facilitate in the future being able to move these products to patients.
Yeah, it's a good point, James. And so actually that that was going to be actually my next question / topic. So so on that, does anybody have any thoughts or ideas on how we could help to facilitate that a little bit better for, regulatory licensing strategies or anything that could help in that area?
Get involved with your regulator. Get involved with the IAEA. There's at least in the US, there's an attempt to harmonize between the Department of Transportation and the IAEA regulations. Don't limit it to just the IAEA in the US. Get everyone involved. Work within your country with your regulators to, I think, insist that they become part of that harmonization effort, so that if I decide at some point in the future I want to irradiate a product in Canada, it doesn't get stuck in Toronto or Detroit because I can't get it in because it was prepared, the shipment was prepared under one set of regulations and it's coming in to a country that sees regulations slightly differently. We have to be able to move product, especially critical therapeutic product, without undue burden and delays, because many of these therapeutic isotopes are short-lived.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think there's also an opportunity to bring in the logistics companies into the conversation, into the regulatory approval process, because like you said, Jim, it is about moving that isotope to the patient. It's about getting it to the end goal. So we can irradiate as much material as we want. I mean, we can go through and create a bunch of lutetium-177, and it's going to be great, because in a week or two, if it's not in the patient, it doesn't matter. It doesn't actually accomplish anything. So I think bringing in the logistics companies who have or the transportation companies or whatever it is, who have expertise in understanding how to move things and can find creative ways to do that, aligning them with the regulators so that they're part of that process as well, I think could be also an interesting opportunity to connect a lot of this and make sure that we have an efficient venue to go from the irradiator to wherever it needs to be, whether it's directly to the hospital or whether there's multiple stops along the way. It's getting that product from A to B in the most efficient way possible.
Definitely. Anybody have any other thoughts related to regulatory? I think we've got about 5 minutes more here. I guess maybe just give everybody an opportunity for a minute or two of just final thoughts on our area of the business that you wanted to share.
Well, I think it's an exciting business to be in. I jokingly tell people I'm on the second year of my second 50 years of working with radioisotopes. And I've never been disappointed that I chose this as a career, but I look at now the future of therapeutic radioisotopes and what they can do for patients worldwide. I'm more excited than I've been in probably for the last 50 years of working with radioisotopes. It was just kind of fun and unique at the beginning, but now it's truly something that is extremely exciting because it could benefit a lot of people.
Definitely. Matt?
I agree. I think every day here at MUR, we talk about how exciting the industry is right now. These collaborations, all the new ideas, all the new entrants to the market. It is very exciting, and we're honored to be a part of it, and looking forward to seeing how long this renaissance lasts. So we've all seen it come and go over the decades, and certainly seems to be at a high point right now.
And Matt, I'm going to add one thing because you brought it up. This is a renaissance in the market right now. If the producers don't meet the challenge, the renaissance will end.
Yeah, agreed. And just to build on that, I think I'll say it again. There is such an important aspect of ensuring that we're delivering on the prescribed treatments. If the medical professionals are prescribing whatever treatment it is and we're not able to deliver on it, you're going to see a very quick change in how these treatments are being prescribed. So we need to be delivering on what we say we're delivering on. We need to create the consistency and the stability and the reliability of this supply of irradiated material, and make sure that it is there when the patients need it, when the medical professionals need it, when the radiopharmaceutical companies need it. It needs to be there. And creating that confidence in our ability to provide that irradiated material is really going to be the tipping point. It's really going to be that pendulum swing. It's going to be the game changer that really, I think, establishes the irradiation capacity and capabilities within the market towards moving towards more use of the radiopharmaceuticals.
Great point. I guess so. Just final thoughts from myself. You know, I think that forums like this are a great way to get the conversation started on these types of things. It really is, and I agree with everything that everybody said here. You know, it is a super fun industry. It's exciting, and it's an exciting time to be a part of it. And with that said, it's also unique in some of its complexities and kind of the different expertise that are needed along every step of the way. You know, we talked a lot about reliable supply of, you know, prescribed medications. There's also, you know, as research matures and there are things coming down, like how do we get ahead of that as well? And how does, you know, us as irradiators, as neutron suppliers, as I think Ray mentioned, like how do we get ahead of that and understand what's coming up, and how can we make sure that we're technologically ready to supply what's going to be needed in 2029, 2035, whatever the case may be. And how do we, you know, align with regulators and transportation companies in different countries, and there's just so many different players and so many different stakeholders. I think that having these conversations are a really good start, and that's definitely where we need to go as an industry.
Let me add one more thing, just from
absolutely.
Past experience. When the Moly-99 crisis really got into full swing in 2009, 2010, the world responded by developing or putting together a working group through the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the Moly-99 high-level group. Maybe countries and governments need to put together a similar working group to start responding to these challenges of medical radioisotopes in the future. Pull together a high-level group of countries that are producers and users of medical radioisotopes, especially therapeutic radioisotopes in the future, and potentially see if this type of a government-to-government high-level group where you have representatives from government and commercial entities all sitting down at a table talking about these problems. Maybe this is a challenge that can come out of a forum like this. I do know that Canada was a very important lead in that HLG group on Moly-99 that started 10 years ago. That's basically, you know, done its job now.
It's an interesting thought. I like it. All right, I see Andrew popping up on my screen here. Is that our cue?
Yeah, thank you very much, Terry, for leading that panel, and thank you, James, Matt, and Maya, for all your very significant contributions to that discussion. Again, I think we've been treated to two very interesting, unique, and positive conversations about the importance of medical isotopes this morning. I would just like to pick up on James's last point about kind of multi-level international collaboration. The CNIC, in our report 3 years ago, which was really our landmark report, we have been called for the federal government to develop a pan-Canadian isotope strategy. Now, obviously, that was focused on the sector within Canada, but it also called on the government to look international, to build relationships with other countries to further enable this type of work, to develop a working group such as that James suggested. And that's actually a message that we continue to carry forward in our advocacy efforts today and in discussions with government. So hopefully, again, through the work of these panels, through the growing knowledge, awareness, the sector and its importance, as well as some re-engaged government support, we can certainly hope to make those things happen. Now, on the point of government support, I have the pleasure of actually introducing our next speaker. We're going to take a quick pause from the panel discussions, and we're going to be joined by our friend, the Minister of Energy, Mr. Todd Smith. Now, Todd Smith has been a friend of the nuclear and isotope sector for many years, dating back to his time in opposition as opposition leader for energy. He's been a strong advocate in his new role as Minister of Energy, taken over just a few months ago. And he was instrumental also in helping the CNIC move forward its isotope motion that I mentioned at the kickoff of the program in the last couple of weeks, having that passed in the House unanimously. So it's my pleasure now to turn over to the Minister of Energy, Honorable Todd Smith, for some remarks.
Thanks very much, Andrew, and hopefully everybody can hear me okay. I'm coming to you from Cornwall, Ontario this morning, so almost at the Quebec border and right at the New York State border as well. And it's a beautiful morning here, although it's a little bit foggy, so hopefully the sound is coming through okay. It really is a pleasure to join you as we continue to discuss this incredible opportunity and this incredible innovation that's happening in the nuclear industry in Ontario and across the US, especially when it comes to the production of medical isotopes. And having previously served as Ontario's Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, it's been great to be able to participate in another trade mission, albeit virtually. And I'd like to thank Minister Fedeli for his continued progress in this portfolio. He's doing a great job as our Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade. We're making sure that Ontario is open for business, and we're also making sure that Ontario is open for jobs. And I hope today provides a great opportunity for you to explore partnerships and collaborations that'll support a reliable and stable supply of medical isotopes and realize export opportunities as well. Here in Ontario, nuclear power serves as the backbone of our electricity system. It provides about 60% of the province's power, and providing a reliable, competitively priced, and emissions-free source of electricity. Ever since that first CANDU reactor went into service almost 60 years ago in 1962, the nuclear industry has been a source of innovation and specialized employment in Canada. About 76,000 jobs right now in Canada's nuclear industry, supported mostly here in Ontario and mostly in the areas of science and high tech and engineering, along with skilled trades, of course. And we've successfully exported CANDU technology around the world to places like Argentina, Romania, South Korea, and China. Most importantly, our world-class nuclear industry has enabled us to become a major supplier of medical isotopes. This vital byproduct of nuclear energy has positive benefits for everyone, with applications that improve our quality of life and at the same time ensure patients have access to critical life-saving treatments. Canada is now recognized as a world leader in isotope innovation, development, and production. And with the global isotope market expected to nearly double in size by 2023, not very far away at all, we're ready to become an isotope superpower, building on the 8,500 jobs that already are directly linked to the isotope sector here in Ontario. For example, Ontario's nuclear power reactors are world leaders in cobalt-60 production, an isotope that's particularly crucial for treating various types of cancers and brain tumors, as well as for the sterilization of medical equipment, which has been so important during COVID-19. While cobalt-60 has always been vitally important to healthcare systems around the world, COVID's made the need more critical than ever, with hospitals and frontline healthcare workers requiring increased access to sterile medical equipment and supplies in the fight against this pandemic. And we're proud that medical communities around the world can continue to rely on a stable supply of made in Ontario cobalt-60 in the continuing fight against the COVID pandemic, including the recent harvests of cobalt-60 at Bruce and at Pickering. And they're expected to help to sterilize billions of surgical gloves and COVID swabs. It doesn't end there, though. Our nuclear reactors produce a number of other radioisotopes that are used in several health, energy, and industrial applications. For example, Darlington Nuclear Generating Station recently announced progress toward the production of Moly-99, Decay product of Moly-99 called technetium is used in about 80% of all diagnostic nuclear imaging worldwide. This represents over 30 million diagnostic and medical imaging treatments each year, helping to detect illnesses like breast cancer and heart disease. And pending regulatory approvals, Darlington is going to be the only source of this life-saving isotope in North America. And that's a further demonstration of our position as a world leader. As we continue to make these advances, our isotope industry is eager to collaborate with our friends across the US and Europe. Already, our nuclear isotope suppliers have formed valuable partnerships that are exploring new opportunities for harvesting and supplying even more isotopes. For example, since 2018, Ontario Power Generation, which operates the reactors at Darlington and Pickering, has been collaborating with the Canadian arm of BWXT Technologies, headquartered in Lynchburg, Virginia, on expanding production of molybdenum-99 at Darlington Station. In fact, just last week, on Thursday, as a matter of fact, I was pleased to be in Peterborough, Ontario, to join an announcement that OPG and BWXT Technologies have signed a $50 million contract to support the refurbishment of the Darlington Nuclear Generation Station. Bruce Power has also been partnering with BWXT on the production of that Moly-99 and on developing marketing opportunities for isotopes. Just over a year and a half ago, Ontario-based Nordion and Pennsylvania-based Westinghouse signed a letter of intent to develop innovative isotope production technologies to expand future supply options for cobalt-60 production at light water reactors around the world. So when Ontario and the US states partnered together, we really can unleash our full potential. I hope everyone will take advantage of the time today to have individual meetings, and by leveraging the wealth of experience that we possess in Ontario and that we possess in the United States, I'm confident that we can create extraordinary partnerships that will secure the global supply of medical isotopes, helping millions of people around the world enjoy a healthier and safer quality of life. Thanks again, everyone. Great to participate with you in today's trade mission virtually.
Amazing. Thank you, Minister. And again, thank you very much for your continued support of the industry, both nuclear and medical isotopes. And really thank you for your leadership again with the isotope motion last week, and look forward to our continued relationship in the future.
Thanks, Andrew.
Excellent. Well, thank you again very much. And so we're going to keep moving right along. I hope people are enjoying the trade mission so far. I know I am. Again, I myself am not a technical expert in this space, but over the past 3 years in working with experts from the industry, I've certainly learned a lot. There's still much more I learn every single day, and these opportunities like this trade mission really support that. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce our third panel. So this third panel, as I mentioned earlier, is about medical isotope processing. It will focus on a discussion on the post-irradiation handling of medical isotopes to support patients, facilities, and capabilities. Your moderator for this morning's panel, is Catherine Hayashi, who is President and CEO of Triumph Innovations. She will be joined by Martin Coombs, who is President of BWXT Medical. He will also be joined by Ira Goldman, Vice President of Global Public Policy and Government Relations at Lantheus. And last, but certainly not least, we have Jian Gilo. I hope I pronounced that correct. She's the Director of Department of Energy for the Isotope Program. So join me in welcoming our panelists, and I will hand it over to Catherine to move through the presentations. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrew. So if we could ask the panelists to turn their cameras on, it would be great. So Ira and Joanne, nice to see you. So I think what I'd like to suggest is that I will introduce myself and then pass on to each of the other panelists to introduce themselves and give a little overview, and then we'll have a Q&A. So according to my version of the agenda, it'll be myself, then Martin, then Ira, then Joanne, and I've got a few questions, and there might also be some audience questions that we can go to. So I will start to share my screen, hopefully successfully. Okay. And can people see my screen?
Yep, you're good, Catherine.
Okay, great, excellent. So just a little bit about TRIUMPH. So TRIUMPH is Canada's Particle Accelerator Center. We're an international research hub whose vision is to improve lives and build a better world through particle accelerators. So we have over 40 years of commercial medical isotope production in Vancouver, initially with AECL, then eventually with Nordion, and now with BWXT. And over those years, we've produced about 60 million doses of isotopes, and we're home to about 600 staff and students. The picture that you're seeing is the main Maison hall. So this is the heart of TRIUMPH, and underneath all of those shielding blocks, there's a large cyclotron. Actually, you can see it behind me. This is a picture of the cyclotron when they were constructing it, and so it's quite large. It's a 500 MeV cyclotron, and it's the largest of its type in the world. So if you are ever in Vancouver, please don't hesitate to contact me. I'd be happy to show off our site and facilities to you. Just to give you an idea of the number of accelerators that we have on the TRIUMPH site. There are a number of them. A bunch of these ones here are the TR30 and the CP42, our BWXT cyclotrons. We also have a TR13, a TR24, our 500 MeV cyclotron, and a new 30 MeV electron LINAC. That's being in the process of being commissioned. And then we're also working on another cyclotron on site as well. So, so if you need to see a cyclotron, yeah, come on down. We also are happy to report that our Institute of Advanced Medical Isotopes is coming in 2022. So they're now working on the roof level, much to my relief. And so there has been a minor delay due to COVID, but we're more or less on track to open the building in spring next year. Again, another reason to come by for a visit, and that will be 5 floors of labs and offices specially dedicated to medical isotope production. At TRIUMPH, we do a wide range of science, everything from trying to figure out what happens when stars collide to looking for all the missing dark matter in the universe, working on our part of the Higgs boson project. So this is actually a relatively small part, but a very important part of what we do. And then just a little overview for those that might not be so familiar with targeted radiation therapy. What happens is a radioactive compound, an isotope, is linked to a targeting molecule that is attracted to a target protein on the surface of a cancer cell, and then it's very effective at killing cancer cells without doing very much damage to peripheral tissue. If you'd like to learn more, I would really recommend checking out www.rarestdrug.com. This was a 10-minute documentary that was produced by an independent group of filmmakers that just thought it was really interesting science that was going on at TRIUMPH. It is very well done, and we've learned a lot of lessons on how to communicate as a result. But it is the only documentary that I've ever shown my mom about what I do at work that she thought was really interesting, and she forwarded it to my aunt. So I would recommend this if you haven't seen it yet. So why is this all so exciting? Actinium-225 is one of the isotopes that we're focused on here at TRIUMPH. It's an isotope that's used in targeted radionuclide therapy to treat cancers that are currently untreatable. And, you know, this is a picture that I think everyone that knows me has seen this picture, but I will spend just a minute of your time talking about it again. This is one of the first things that I saw when I arrived at TRIUMPH, and I actually asked if this was a real photo because it just seemed so remarkable. So it's a patient. It's the same patient in all 3 scans. In December 2014, you can see advanced metastasized prostate cancer has spread from the prostate to various pieces of the skeletal structure. So you can see the black in the spinal cord and the ribs and the hips and the shoulders. So typically a patient that would have failed radiotherapy and failed chemotherapy and would have typically 3 to 6 months to live at this point. So this patient was given 3 treatments of actinium, that is targeted specifically to prostate cancer using a ligand called PSMA. This is the same patient in July 2015. Whoops, sorry. And you can see that the cancer is largely resolved. This is a gallium scan, again, another important new emerging isotope. And this patient was given one additional treatment in September of 2015. You can see his PSA levels have dropped down to a remission level, which is really exciting. And this is what's caused a lot of the interest in this space over the past few years. We do have a partnership with Fusion Pharmaceuticals, a Canadian company that's a spinoff of CPDC. They had a very successful IPO in 2020, and they're advancing their actinium-based therapy through clinical trials to treat cancer patients with advanced solid tumors. So the reason that Triumph is interested in this is that we do have a 500 MeV cyclotron, which is a 50-year-old cyclotron, but has a remarkable capability to produce large amounts of actinium-225. And more importantly, perhaps actinium-225 that it does not have a significant actinium-227 component. One of the things I also wanted to tell people about is we've talked a lot about how we can all work together collaboratively and with government to help expand, accelerate, and de-risk all of this important work. And so the Government of Canada has a federal program called the Strategic Innovation Fund. There are various streams, but Stream 5 is building national ecosystems. So we have a proposal into this fund for a medical isotope ecosystem that would encourage the creation of a sustainable ecosystem. So there's funding for R&D, there's funding for upscaling production and commercial scale production. There's processing, all of the pieces that you would need. And it's really focused on an innovative generation of new isotopes, actinium, lutetium, and gallium. It's a fund that's designed to be very inclusive. So literally any researcher, company, or not-for-profit in Canada can apply to benefit from various programs. So we'll keep you posted as that goes. These are some of the logos just representing some of the Canadian organizations. But again, it is an ecosystem and a funding program that we hope to encompass researchers and companies all across Canada. And so that is it for me. So maybe I will pass to Martin.
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you, Andrew and James, for the invitation. So next slide, please. So just to frame the discussion, we don't get emails like this every day, but frequently we get emails like this, which is pretty meaningful and really puts into context what we're trying to do every day. So this is a patient who had very limited life expectancy, and they had a TheraSphere treatment which substantially extended their life and their quality of life. So it's good to hear this back, and it's good to see that our products are being used in such a meaningful way. This is a product we contract manufacture for Boston Scientific. Next slide, please. Obviously, this is an informed audience, but just to explain a little, I mean, in BWXT Medical, we think of ourselves as a nuclear medicine company rather than a medical isotope company. So, and what we mean by nuclear medicine is really the combination of the medical isotope with a drug, with something that has the ability to target a part of the body, perhaps cancer or a heart problem. And then with a combination of the two, we would design a product that was suitable either for diagnosis, with a particular type of radioisotope, or for therapeutic, which would have a larger payload that would travel over a shorter distance. So that's the sort of area that we're working in. Next slide, please. In terms of BWXT, I mean, it's a name that's much more familiar with the sort of nuclear energy sector, nuclear components, nuclear services, nuclear fuel for submarines in the US government. But around 3 years ago, the company announced a new technology, a sort of game-changing technology that was applicable to nuclear medicine. And then followed up pretty rapidly by acquiring the medical isotopes business of Nordion, and combined the two to form BWXT's nuclear medicine business unit. So we've got the same footprint as those who are familiar with Nordion's business in Kanata, which is just outside Ottawa, and Vancouver. We've got just under 300 highly talented employees and a strong partnership with Triumph and with OPG in Canada. And we manufacture diagnostic and therapeutics products. I've listed some here, so strontium-82, indium-oxine, germanium-68, and Therasphere I mentioned a few minutes ago. Next slide, please. So obviously this is in 2021, we changed our name. We now call BWXT Medical Limited. It was a very like alphabet soup previous name. So I hope this is a little bit more meaningful, the sort of company we're trying to become. A new president, I joined about a year ago. I'm new to BWXT, but not new to the industry. I've been in nuclear medicine for 25 years, been fortunate enough to work for some of the leaders in that sector. We've got a new product, or we will shortly have a new product. We're developing a technetium generator with, we believe, many advantages over the existing players. In particular, we don't need uranium in our process. And also we can partner with commercial nuclear power reactors, not with research reactors. So these two things give us significant advantages that we plan to exploit as we launch. And our aim is to become one of the leading companies in nuclear medicine. And to do this, we aim to receive approval and launch our new technetium generator product. We are getting ready to submit this, I think, very shortly to the FDA. We've got a slate of good products. We're going to build each of them. And we've got a growth strategy in radiotherapeutics. And our goal here is to become the go-to partner for pharma. If a pharmaceutical company is thinking about developing a new radiotherapeutic, you know, we want them to think, hey, we must go and talk to those BWXT medical people, because they've got the isotopes, plus they've got the ability to pair with our drug and make into a product. That's where we try to position ourselves. So next slide, please. So the market itself, I think many of you know this, is anticipated to grow very rapidly. So this is independent market research, and you see this growing from about 5 or 6 billion today to about 30 billion by 2030. So this is pretty fantastic growth, about 16% every year, and really driven by new therapeutics. But the new therapeutics are extending the use of diagnostics. We're thinking about diagnostics in a different way now. So the diagnostics are also increasing quickly. So it's a very attractive market to be in and to try and get a leading position. And the chart on the right, Catherine stole my thunder a bit by showing a similar chart a little earlier. This is actually with lutetium, and it's phase 3 clinical trial data that Novartis published in March. And this is similarly a patient, a man who had very little options and extensive metastatic cancer. And you can see over a period of 4 treatments, he becomes a responder. So this really is amazing technology that offers hope to people who previously had no hope. And it's this sort of thing that's going to drive the market. And this product now is submitted, and Novartis will seek approval from the FDA, hopefully next year or the following year. So next slide, please. In terms of our company, BWXT Medical, we made a few recent press releases that show, I think, we're committed to future growth and that we're not afraid to make investments, both in infrastructure and automation. We made an announcement in March with a joint venture with GMS in Asia. In May, we announced a long-term agreement with Boston Scientific. And as part of that, we invested in automation to increase capacity. We put a lot of money into our new technetium generator product. And on the right-hand side there, this is our new fully automated packaging line. This is currently at promotion. We moved to our site towards the end of the year. And then lastly, in September, we announced an agreement with Bayer to develop Actinium-225 based products. So we've been pretty active, and I think you can see the sort of direction we're intending to go from this. Next slide, please. In terms of what we're seeking and business needs, I would say we are and we will be seeking pharma and biotech companies, perhaps who've got interest in drug vectors in development, who seek in partners for the isotopes and perhaps some CDMO or development capabilities. Now, that's one area that we're very keen to have discussions. And secondly, companies that can provide key isotopes, Actinium-225, copper, Radium-226. These are companies we like to talk to. Thirdly, and maybe most importantly, we're growing and we're seeking to recruit high-performing people. We've got vacancies for key hires in Ottawa and Vancouver, and we'd like to recruit and grow. And then lastly, we're looking for innovative partners. We want to leverage other companies, not do everything ourselves. And in particular, in the areas of automation, advanced automation processing, to really change the way we've been doing things for years on our both sides. And I said, just to finish, our goal is to become a leading company in this sector and a go-to company for pharma. So I hope that makes sense, and I'll pass back to Catherine.
Thanks so much, Martin. That's a great presentation. I would like to pass to Ira. That's great. Thanks, Ira.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks very much for the invitation to participate. Are you going to, Andrew, are you going to project the slides, or do I need to do that?
I'm happy to do it, Ira, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead? That would be great. Just like to note that Lantheus and its predecessors had a long history of interaction with Canada in the isotope field. When I came to Lantheus 12 years ago, it was actually a difficult time, and I was partly hired because of some problems that were taking place in Canada, and that was, of course, the long outage of the NRU reactor. And Canada was the world leading producer of Moly-99 at that time. As everyone knows, that finished in 2016. But out of challenge, there is opportunity and innovation. And I think if you look at the participants in today's trade mission, probably 80 or 90% didn't even exist in 2000, the fall of 2009, when I started with Lantheus. So obviously, there's been transformation in Canada and innovation, and also transformation on the part of Lantheus, and I'm going to talk about that. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So, Lantheus and its predecessors have been in the nuclear medicine business for 65 years, and thanks to Martin for giving a description of nuclear medicine, because we do see ourselves definitely as a nuclear medicine company. We've been focused in the past on diagnostic imaging, but we're also moving into the area of theranostics and looking at therapy, radioisotope therapy, targeted therapy, because this is definitely where the field is going. But diagnosis and imaging agents are still very important. So, you know, in the 65 years, we innovated the most used radiopharmaceutical imaging agent, probably worldwide. That was Cardiolite for myocardial perfusion imaging. We advanced and really brought to a very high level of quality the technetium-99 generator, our TechneLite generator, and at the same time, less important for this meeting, we also have the #1 ultrasound contrast agent in the U.S. And that's still our leading product. Next slide, please. So our transformation really has occurred principally because of an acquisition that we made about 1.5 years ago. We acquired Progenics Pharmaceuticals, which was based in New York with a production facility in Somerset, New Jersey. As you may know, Lantheus is located outside of Boston. We have a manufacturing facility here in the Boston suburbs. But integrating Progenics and also Actinium Diagnostics, which is a maker of artificial intelligence products for radiology, has really transformed Lantheus. And so, you know, we are committed to innovative imaging diagnostics, targeted therapeutics, and artificial intelligence solutions to, as we say, find, fight, and follow serious medical conditions. Next slide, please. So now we've recently reorganized into essentially 3 different business areas. One is precision diagnostics, which is to assist healthcare professionals in diagnosing diseases and non-oncologic conditions. And you know, our history was heavily, as I mentioned, in cardiac imaging, and also with Definity being a cardiac imaging agent, contrast agent. And then we have a new focus on radiopharmaceutical oncology. That includes both diagnostics and therapeutics. And I'll talk a little bit about that more in another slide or two. And then I think as Martin noted, for BWXT, similar to us, we're very oriented now towards developing strategic partnerships that use some of our products and our technology, some of our intellectual property to establish strategic partnerships. Partnerships with big pharma, also with other innovative, smaller companies in the nuclear medicine area. And it's really focusing on precision medicine. We have, as you'll see, a number of biomarkers that we have acquired the rights to. We have digital solutions, as I mentioned, and of course, the radiotherapeutic platforms. Next slide, please. So you see the 3 different portfolio categories, and in the precision diagnostics are pretty much our legacy products. That includes Definity for echocardiography contrast agent. It's the biggest such product in the US, has something like 80% of the market share, continues to grow, is our single largest revenue product. TechneLite generator, for which we have a diversified supply chain of Moly-99. At this point, from foreign producers in Belgium, Australia, and South Africa, but which we're looking forward to, hopefully in the next few years, a domestic US supplier of high specific activity Moly-99. Also, we provide Xenon-133 gas, and then a number of kit products, Neurolite, Cardiolite, and still producing also thallium and gallium on the cyclotrons that we run at our site, although those are becoming less important as the field advances. In the radiopharmaceutical oncology area, we're really led by PYLARIFY, our new F-18 PSMA imaging agent for prostate cancer. I'll talk about that a little bit more. In the therapeutic side, we have AZEDRA, which is for rare neuroendocrine tumors. And again, I'll talk about that. And then we have a couple of candidate products in our pipeline. And in fact, those candidate products, we have had and continue to have collaborations in Canada 1095 is an iodine-131 based PSMA agent. We have an agreement with CPDC for production in Canada, and in the past our LMI 1195, which is now being brought to market by GE Healthcare. We've had a collaboration with the Ottawa Heart Institute. And then in the strategic partnerships area, we're very active. One area is using the microbubble that's at the heart of the DEFINITY product for a number of things that's outside, I think, the main interest of this meeting. But then in our pharma services group, we have 2 biomarkers that we have licensed in the past couple of years, and I'll talk about those more. And we have, as I mentioned, we're also using our new prostate imaging agent, which goes by the brand name PYLARIFY, in terms of collaborations with a number of companies. And as I mentioned, flurpiridaz as our cardiac imaging agent, which is being brought to market by GE Healthcare. Next slide, please. PYLARIFY, which is F18 PSMA agent, was approved by the FDA at the end of May, and we are now rolling this out across the US. We now have 20 PET manufacturing facilities up and running with a plan for about 30 or so by the end of this year. It has gotten really quite a good enthusiastic reception in the nuclear medicine and urology communities. We're really delighted with the way it's been performing. We did provide some information on that in our third quarter conference call that was last week. And we really see this as a game-changing drug for prostate cancer, for urology. And as Martin mentioned, this would be the platform for one of the platforms, and it is the only PSMA imaging agent on the market right now. There might be more in the future, but it is the only one on the market right now. So if the Novartis PSMA lutetium-177 PSMA agent comes to market for therapy, our PYLARIFY would be the means to help identify patients for that treatment. Next slide, please. I mentioned AZEDRA. It is the first and only FDA-approved treatment for patients with pheochromocytoma and periangioma. It's a rare cancer. We acquired this in the acquisition from Progenics. We are essentially relaunching this product now. It's been a little bit difficult during COVID because of the constraints on hospitals, and this is something that is because of the iodine-131 is basically an in-hospital treatment. But we've seen some encouraging signs of increased uptake in this, especially because we have really been working with key academic medical centers where the most cases of PPGL tend to be found, and we're very hopeful that this is going to be a significant product. Next slide, please. I mentioned artificial intelligence products. I'm gonna just touch on one, aPROMISE, which we are going to launch soon. This has already received FDA 510(k) clearance. We will be launching it as PYLARIFY AI. So it will be used in conjunction with PYLARIFY F18 PSMA to assist in the interpretation of images that are acquired through PSMA imaging. It will assist researchers and clinicians to perform quantitative assessment. That helps to provide enhanced consistency in quantitative analysis. And really, we believe is going to be a major upgrade in terms of radiologists and readers of nuclear medicine images, in this case for PSMA imaging. Next slide, please. As I touched on, we have our pharma services group enabling precision medicine with biomarkers. In the prostate arena, our PYLARIFY actually is being used. We have cooperative agreements with Bayer, with Point Biopharma, Regeneron, and Reflexion for use of PYLARIFY in their drug development programs for development of drug candidates for prostate therapeutics. We have, as I mentioned, we acquired the rights for NM01 from Nanomab. It's a PDL1 imaging biomarker candidate, primarily technetium labeled at this point, but we're looking at this for potential use by pharma companies and academic centers for conducting clinical trials in the immuno-oncology area. And then more recently, we acquired the rights to NTI 1309, which is a biomarker that targets fibroblast activation protein. A lot of activity in this area, a lot of commercial activity you've seen. We acquired this from Noria Therapeutics. So this, potentially would have broad applicability in oncology. So the message here is we're open for business, we're open for collaboration. We're, placing ourselves on the forefront of innovation in isotope use in nuclear medicine, and we'd love to talk to people out there that have interest in these areas. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Ira. And now we'd love to hear from Joanne.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joanne Gillow. I can get us here in presentation mode. And I'm here with the Department of Energy. I'm director of the DOE Isotope program. And I'm still also the acting director for facilities and project management in the Office of Nuclear Physics. The Department of Energy has a very unusual isotope program. We're not a business per se. We're just we look at global isotope supply chains, and we look to see where we can fill gaps. Our role is not to make a profit, but just to ensure that there's a strong supply chain. And of course, being the US government, we're focused on domestic supply chains. But we do look globally for cooperation and partnerships. We do produce and distribute both radioactive and stable isotopes that are in short supply. Our mission is not to compete with industry. We look to make sure that there is effective competition domestically, as well as a high quality product that's reasonably priced. We maintain infrastructure required to produce and supply isotopes. So we of course conduct R&D on new and improved isotope production capabilities. And we look to reduce dependency on foreign supply, particularly from sensitive countries. This is our current suite of facilities that we utilize to produce isotopes. We grow a little bit every year. We started with 6 facilities in 2009. You've been hearing about some of those facilities already today. We have we count on national laboratories as well as a suite of university facilities. The University of Alabama, Birmingham, which is outlined in red, is the newest to join our isotope network. We have accelerator facilities, both at national labs and universities that I'll talk about a little bit more in a moment. We have 3 nuclear reactors that we utilize. We also do a hodgepodge of isotope extraction and processing capabilities. For example, we work at the National Nuclear Security Administration facility at the Y-12 security complex to provide lithium-6 and lithium-7. We work with the NNSA Tritium facility for the provision of Helium-3. We extract Americium-241 at the plutonium facility from plutonium waste streams. And we've also been developing enriched stable isotope production capabilities using modern calutrons and gas centrifuges. at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. And we're exploring other enrichment production technologies at some other labs as well. So quickly, the three national labs that we use for accelerator production of isotopes, we have two proton accelerators, one at Brookhaven National Laboratory, and you see some of the common, some of the more typical isotopes that are produced at Brookhaven are shown here. And we also have a 19 MeV cyclotron for Actinium-225 production that is going through its final stages of safety approvals before starting commissioning. We have the Llano Isotope Production Facility. It's a 100 MeV proton beam, and you see some of the isotopes that are produced at IPF. Americium-241, of course, is from the plutonium waste stream. We're building a new processing capability at Los Alamos. It's shown here at the bottom. It's the Alpha Target Processing Facility that will be capable of processing up to over 100 curies of 120 curies of actinium in the future. And we're also building a new facility at Brookhaven called CARP. Also, we'll be able to produce about 120 curies per year at CARP. At Argonne National Laboratory, we have an electron machine, 20 to 55 MeV. There we're primarily producing copper-67, although we've made great progress on scandium-47, and actinium-225 is expected in the near future. Our workhorse in terms of our reactor facilities is the high flux isotope reactor at Oak Ridge National Lab. And we produce a wide variety of isotopes there. And all the pictures that you see below are just various snapshots. Susan Hogel gave a very nice presentation on some of the activities that we have there, in addition to medical isotopes that everybody's talked about has really been increasing. We also see a lot of increased interest in isotopes for power sources, which is another high priority for us. We have a modest program, nothing like what Canada has, but we have a small capability for copper-60 at the Advanced Test Reactor at Idaho National Lab. And the University of Missouri Research Reactor is also a partner with the isotope program as well. And we provide a few isotopes directly through MUR as well. Alpha emitters have been a priority for us for quite some time. We've been making a lot of investment in alpha emitters, and these are all of the alpha emitters that we've really been focused on lately, and all of them are available through us right now. Another emphasis that we've been really working on, which is of course critical for the ability to be able to supply radioisotopes, is the target feedstock. And right now we're primarily dependent upon Russia for feedstock materials to produce the radioisotopes. So, looking far ahead, we've been really making a lot of investment in this arena to remove some of those dependencies. This is a picture of the old calutrons from the Manhattan Project days that were used for, for enrichment of uranium, but now they're completely defunct. Before they were taken apart, they actually produced a suite of stable isotopes through the late 90s. And you can see the inventory here being stored in a few file cabinets. That always makes me chuckle because it's such a national asset to be in those 3 metal file cabinets. But that cabinet, a lot of those inventories have been depleted and are diminishing. Urenco has gas centrifuge capabilities for enriching a certain line of isotopes. And Russia, of course, has a broad suite of, has several older Calutron type machines and then gas centrifuges for producing these enriched stable isotopes. So we understood this need back in 2014, 13. We started R&D in trying to reestablish these capabilities, and we developed a modern day electromagnetic separation technology and modern Calutron and modern gas centrifuge capabilities. Our first isotope that we produced back then was Actinium-96, and now we're producing a Terbium-176 with that system. We also have a small facility that's under construction now that'll be finished near the middle of the decade. It's gas centrifuge based. We'll be able to produce kilogram quantities of xenon-129 for polarized lung imaging, which is getting close to final approvals. And then we have a significant facility that's under construction called Cypressy, which will have the ability to produce multiple production campaigns simultaneously with a suite of emisses and several gas centrifuge cascades. So we're a pretty small program actually within the federal government. We have access to a lot of capabilities throughout the complex. And we consider ourselves world leaders in developing novel isotope production approaches. With actinium, we produce 1.5 curies a year as it is. Over a curie is produced with our thorium cal, and we're currently distributing about half a curie from spallation product, and we have other significant production capabilities that are coming online. If you would like to see what we have available in our catalog, this is our website, www.isotopes.gov for the catalog. And if there's something in there that you're interested in, which you do not see in the catalog, then you should certainly bring it to our attention, and we're happy to make investments to consider how we might make it available for you. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Joanne. I've got a few questions, and I thought since this is the facilities and capabilities for processing discussion, what do our panel members see as in their medical isotope pipeline, and are there any gaps in facilities and capabilities that you see related to those isotopes? Maybe you can start with Joanne.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Catherine. Actually, facility processing capabilities is our critical path. That is what is hindering our ability to ramp up production. These capabilities, some of them are at the HASCAT-2 processing capabilities that we need for large quantities of isotopes, and requires significant investment, a lot of nuclear capabilities, and that's certainly what's been holding us back. As I said, we have two large processing facility capabilities that are currently being constructed, but they take many years to put online. And I see that as what's really inhibiting our ability to move forward. We just can't build them fast enough. It's not the chemical processing or the scale up or the irradiation capabilities. It's really processing infrastructure that's holding us back right now.
Maybe I can make a comment, Catherine. Also, I would say from our perspective, actually, we're very happy that our lead product that we're rolling out now is an F-18 based product, because the infrastructure for F-18 is quite mature. And even with some of the constraints in terms of getting regulatory approval for these various sites that required FDA inspection, you know, we've seen now in, you know, since the beginning of June, we've gotten 18 sites up that were not in the original NDA. And because there is really a good infrastructure and a good history in terms of radiopharmacy production of F-18-based radiopharmaceuticals. So for us, that we believe it's been a real advantage for our prostate imaging agent to have a well-trod technological path. We're not dependent on any isotopes that are you know, potentially in short supply. I would say one other thing, iodine-131 also, you know, has benefited by the fact that the Moly-99 supply chain has stabilized in recent years. Although as we look out to next year, there are some potential bumps in the path, especially later in the year when one of the iodine producers is going to be down and another one is just finishing their conversion to LEU production. So that's something to keep an eye on.
Catherine, if I may add to what Ira mentioned there, I think in terms of gaps, there's two major gaps at the moment. One is technetium or moly, which is a very fragile supply chain, I think. Despite Ira and other people's many good works, it's really, at the end of the day, is dependent on 50-year-old reactors, research reactors. And hopefully our company will try and make a change in that area, but that is the situation at the moment, and patients suffer because of that situation. The second gap, I would say, is in Actinium-225, Radium-226 also, but I think a lot of pharmaceutical companies would appreciate a proven or established capability for high purity Actinium-225, and then they would certainly harness a lot of the research engines towards that. And I think that'll happen over time. Dr. Gillo covered a lot of things that are in place now, but right now I think it requires a few companies to focus in that area and develop capabilities, I would say.
I would echo everything that everyone said. Certainly, I actually get phone calls from venture capitalists and investment bankers who are considering investing into the radiopharmaceutical space, particularly in oncology, but they're worried about, well, is there really going to be supply of isotope? And as you point out, a lot of our supply of isotope depends on very old reactors and very old accelerators. And so it is a struggle to gear up in time. We don't want to miss a window where things are converging in terms of medical advancements and capital markets, and having an infrastructure as a challenge is would be great if we could solve all of those problems, but they're not insignificant structures. It's not like just building an office building or a simple lab building. I think our Institute for Advanced Medical Isotopes has been in process for several years, and we're finally going to finish constructing it next year. And it's going to be a huge, enormous relief, triumph for everyone that's been involved in blood, sweat, and tears, and scraping funding out of different pockets for many years. So thank you for that. Turning now to the customers for these processed products. Who are you seeing as the customers, and how do you see that customer base changing in the future? Perhaps Martin, you could start.
Yeah, great question, Catherine. I mean, I think maybe 10 years ago or 15 years ago, the customers would have been companies like Lantheus or Curium or Amersham back in the day, companies that were already in nuclear medicine. I think the change now is that for the first time, as I can remember, Big Pharma is suddenly interested in this space. And they did dabble previously with Bayer and GSK, but since the Novartis acquisition of AAA and Endocyte and putting some real muscle behind this area, I think we're seeing now pharma starting to take a big interest. So I think the customers in the next 5 to 10 years will be pharmaceutical companies, but Big Pharma, perhaps with not much capability in the nuclear medicine side and seeking partners, plus the sort of company you just mentioned, Catherine, who raised some money, maybe a virtual company, and they've got an interesting candidate, but they're looking for help. And I think those are, you know, I think we're beholden, the players in nuclear medicine, to develop the capability to deal with these potential partners. So I think that's a big challenge for us over the next few years, but the prize is enormous. I think it's a real renaissance of the sector, I think.
I agree with Martin. We're really seeing a broad range of customers and stakeholders that are coming to us. Of course, a lot of research institutions are interested in the radioisotopes, but big pharma, a lot of new small startup companies that are, you know, trying to get in the game. Many who have no experience with radiopharmaceuticals, so it's very interesting. But a lot of people showing interest. So it's a quickly evolving landscape from what we see.
Yeah, I just make one note. It's great to see all the startup activity and, you know, all the players, new players getting involved. But you know, from somebody from a business that's been in this for a long time, it's a lot harder to go from those innovative ideas to actually a commercial product than, you know, than one might think. There's a lot of steps along the way, and the execution of each of those steps is, you know, takes a lot of expertise, a lot of money, and a lot of time. And, you know, nuclear medicine is trickier because you're dealing with radiation and radioactive materials, and you know, getting those competencies all together, along with the, you know, the regular pharma side of it, it really takes a lot of work and a lot of effort. So it's great to see all the innovation, but at the same time, there's a lot of effort to get to a marketed product.
Actually, I think that leads me to kind of my next question. Because I come out of the drug development side, so I've been doing that for about 20 years. And when COVID hit, and everyone was like, "Oh, well, we just need to develop a vaccine," and of course, all of my drug development friends were like, "Well, that's going to take years. You know, that's crazy. There's no way that we can develop a vaccine quick enough." And you know, here we are. The pandemic was officially declared in March of 2020. We're in November of 2021, and not only have vaccines been developed, but 7.3 billion doses have actually been administered to people around the world. So the idea that, well maybe COVID showed the world what it can do when you collaborate, when you accelerate, when you have governments lean in and say something is a priority, and everyone kind of works together to advance things. How have you seen sort of the changes in supply chain, changes in the way that we work together? What changes do you see in the future?
Well, you know, in terms of the supply chain and challenges, certainly at the beginning of COVID, the big problem was logistics. And even though that was largely overcome, I mean, it's useful to see that most of the isotope production continued relatively unaffected and uninterrupted, but getting isotopes around was challenging because of the, you know, impact on the commercial air traffic that normally carries a lot of these isotopes. A lot of companies like mine, you know, pivoted, including to custom logistics and charter arrangements in certain areas. And you know, that's actually, there's, as we all know, because of the bottlenecks in supply chains, there's still ongoing problems with logistics that we're continuing to face, although they're maybe of a little bit different nature than at the beginning of COVID. So you know, we found working with our transportation partners and having really good relationships, long-term relationships there have really assisted us in making sure that we can get not only move product, but get critical inputs.
Martin or Joanne, do you have any comments about COVID impacts and supply chains?
It was certainly a challenge. We actually stepped in and aided a number of times during the pandemic to help institutions resolve significant challenges in transportation issues. But it's been a challenge. We rely heavily on FedEx for our overnight radioisotope deliveries, and we're actually experiencing increasing challenges in being able to do that effectively, with some backups being reported in airports that result in missed deliveries, for example, and shortage of drivers and trucks for motor freight shipments have caused challenges as well. So I don't know if there's going to be a quick fix with those what we're experiencing right now. So we continue to be flexible and to look for backup situations that we can use. We have an entire transportation working group throughout the complex of all of our facilities that aids in trying to resolve challenges. But there's no doubt that during the pandemic, we're experiencing challenges just like everybody else.
Yeah, if I may as well, and Catherine, I can see Andrew hovering, but just to add another answer, I mean, it's been a challenge for everybody the last 18 months, and thankfully our company has managed to get through it when the demand for our services and products stayed largely with us, and we've managed to find workarounds for most things. And tomorrow, my division is launching a new vaccination policy, so we have to sort those sort of things out. I think the interesting bit of your question is more of a philosophical one. I mean, the FDA has been so impressive getting approval for all these new vaccinations in COVID, incredibly impressive. So it does beg the question, okay, should we be doing something differently in radiopharmaceuticals? Is there a way of having a similar mindset to get much quicker or much more effective progression of approval and of everything? And I think it's a challenge, perhaps an institution like CORA, that could be a topic for discussion. But certainly it's opened people's eyes, I think, to the art of the possible, what the FDA has done, what other regulatory bodies have done.
And I think in Canada, just the frustration that Canadians feel when you see the FDA has approved a vaccine or approved this or approved that, and it's weeks later in Canada, and it seems puzzling that it would somehow, like, what, are we not going to approve it? I mean, and so I think a more coordinated, harmonized effort. I think this was touched upon in the last panel as well. I think they're really sort of opens the door to working in a more integrated, harmonized way. I mean, these are global diseases, global supply chains that we're all dealing with. And sorry, Andrew, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'll pass back to you.
No worries, Catherine, and thank you again to Martin, Ira, and Joanne for your presentations. That was excellent. Yeah, thank you again for agreeing to participate. So we are going to move on to our fourth and final panel of the day. This panel is Reactor Supply Chain and Support Service Opportunities. The discussion will focus on supporting the medical isotope ecosystem from isotopes to radiopharmaceuticals. I'm pleased to introduce the moderator for this panel. It's Joe McCann, who is CEO, the Chief Executive Officer at Point Biopharma. Also, he will be joined by Travis Bissanger, who is Technical and Business Director at Isogen, who I know we've heard mentioned a few times this morning. Phil Sharp, VP of Innovation and Special Projects at Studvisk Power. Scan to Power. And last but certainly not least, Jim Wilson, who is the Global Director of Materials Management at Eckert and Ziegler Isotope Products. So with that, Joe, I will hand it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. And thank you for the invitation to be part of this. I have to say that all the panelists today have been amazing. I've learned a lot about this. I'm excited to be part of this panel because I think supply chain and the interconnection of all these businesses is essential in the pathway towards the patient. I think the one thing that I hear regularly, both from physicians, patients, as well as investors, is a concern around the supply chain and a continued concern about, with these drugs coming to market now in prostate cancer and hopefully in other large indications, is will there be that supply in the future to put that investment in these drugs and to put that faith in them, because we know they work. That's the amazing part of them. So I'll kick off with a intro to point and then flip over to my other panelists. So I should be able to share my screen here. You can see it there. So I just have a couple of slides and then I'll flip it over to my fellow panelists. A little legal disclaimer, given that we're a publicly traded company, but so just a little background on Point. So we're a late stage clinical precision oncology company. We're formed in late 2019. Our pipeline's focused on development stage, or the development and commercialization of next generation radiopharmaceuticals for the treatment of cancer. In our programs, we consider both betas and alphas, so we're not, wedded to one isotope and nothing else. We're not only looking at actinium and lutetium, but excited to see other isotopes like terbium come and become available for the development of drugs. We have two late-stage programs, so one in prostate cancer and one in neuroendocrine tumors, but we have a very exciting early-stage program, including pan-cancer targets, a new technology which we're calling CNIC to help with really targeting these ligands directly to the tumors and really avoiding any healthy tissue. And that's really going to be what takes these drugs very much into the early-stage treatment. From an in-house supply, so we're very focused. We have a manufacturing facility in Indianapolis. That will include both the radioisotope purification focused on lutetium, as well as the full manufacturing of these products, so these sterile products, which is important to point out. And we look at this as a neutron to patient type solution that Point's focused on. And as well, we just completed a financing, and so we have a strong balance sheet to drive our programs forward, and an extremely experienced team. I think, as mentioned earlier on the call, that some of these companies that are forming don't really have a lot of experience in this space. I'm very happy to say that Point's got the best and brightest in the space, and we're always looking for new candidates for our role. So please check out our website. And I'm not going to go into a deep dive into radiopharmaceuticals. I think Catherine and Martin and Ira did a great job of that, and some other panelists on today's call. What I'd like to focus on is, where Point's going with this and how we look at radiopharmaceuticals. So today, there are a lot of great products out there, some great products that are going to get approved, but they're still in late stage treatment of cancer. So this is in metastatic patients that have a few years to live. Radiopharmaceuticals are great in that they provide a real high quality of life while these patients are going through their treatments, and a real good control of the disease under a monotherapy setting, which is great. These drugs work on their own. They don't need other drugs, other cancer drugs to help them, but they do suffer from off-target effects, which keeps them late stage. So you still have kidney tox, salivary tox, for example, with prostate targeted agents. And when you look at isotopes, you talk to a nuclear medicine doctor, they want to use more and more and more because they know that that's going to help the patient. But due to these off-target effects, you can't load these tumors up with as much isotope as possible because of all of that other tissue damage that you can do. And these products still haven't shown or have any approved combination opportunities. And so I think when you address these, and this is what Point's doing in our pipeline, is to bring new technologies into clinical trials. So one we call CNIC, it's a prodrug technology where the drug gets activated in the tumor. And if it's not activated in the tumor, it's excreted from the body. So it doesn't stick around in kidneys or salivary glands. It goes right out into the bladder and can be excreted from the patient. That's going to be able to move drugs earlier because you're missing all of that healthy tissue. You're only depositing that radioisotope in the tumor and doing that damage. And then with that, we want to be able to add more isotope. We want to look at different isotopes, open this up in alphas and a lot of other exciting isotopes. That's what we're looking for partnerships on. And then finally, a big push in our programs is around doing combination treatments. And one area that we didn't touch on today, or maybe it was in a little bit in one of the previous panelists, is this whole piece of investment into the animal facilities and this research that's going to be done. That is one gap that I'm definitely seeing in this field, is that we have a lot of great nuclear science physicists. We're great on the clinical side, but there's a gap in the middle where we need a lot more investment into the preclinical setting, so you can bring a lot of these ligands forward, screen a lot of them before you bring them into human trials. And that's an area, where I would really like to see and hear from the community on that, and getting greater investment in that space, because I think that's really going to amp up discovery in this space. So with that little brief introduction to point, I'll end there and actually turn it over to one of my fellow panelists. So I'll start with Travis Bassanger.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Travis Bassanger here. Let me just share my screen for a moment. All right. Can everybody see my screen?
Your Teams is showing right now.
There we go. Is that back up again? Sorry, one moment. Okay. Are you able to see my screen, or is it still off?
Nope, you're good, Travis.
Oh, okay. I think I just turned it off again. Okay, back at it. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Wanted to tell you a little bit today about Isogen. This is a new company formed by Kinectrics and Framatome, and we're really focused on, where we saw a huge gap in the supply chain a few years ago in terms of irradiation services for the most important medical isotopes. So I'll jump in and tell you a little bit about Isogen and really what our vision is to do. So Isogen is a 50-50 joint venture company. It consists of ownership by both Kinectrics Inc. here in Canada, as well as Framatome Canada. So these are two, sizable nuclear engineering firms. So, this is kind of a new area for us to be in the business of medical isotope production. And, so we're kind of new entrants into this space. For myself, I come from, quite a long background in radiopharmaceutical manufacturing. Joe, my panelist, and I have worked together for a long time, and actually so have many of the colleagues on the panel today. So really what Isogen set out to do is to create novel infrastructure to produce medical isotopes using power reactors. So this is a first of a kind endeavor. We took in intellectual property that was developed by Framatome, originally in Germany. And really what we wanted to do is implement this on the infrastructure that was available here today in Canada. We have a large amount of nuclear infrastructure that could be put to work for medical isotope production. So really it's the implementing this IP on the CANDU reactors. Isogen were responsible for the design, the fabrication, installation, commissioning of the systems, which we call the isotope production system, very clever name. And of course, we can't do this without our partner, Bruce Power. So we are leveraging this unique infrastructure here in Ontario at Bruce Power to install our first isotope production system. The initial focus will be on large-scale lutetium production. And actually, this morning and through the week, I'm also sitting on panels with the IAEA focused specifically on lutetium production, the supply chain, and there's a lot of excitement in this area, and we're talking about all the different areas of the supply chain and where the gaps are. So we're very excited to be part of this. So again, a little bit more on the parent companies, Framatome and Kinectrics. So Kinectrics is a company that really is specialized in nuclear engineering, in particular on the CANDU reactors. So we were born out of Ontario Hydro many decades ago. We have about 1,100 staff Most of those are physicists, chemists, engineers that are focused on work at CANDU reactors. We really know this reactor well and how to implement new technology within the CANDU fleet. Framatome, again, large French nuclear engineering firm. They really have capabilities throughout the entire nuclear power generation supply chain, right from nuclear new builds to fuel enrichment and fuel fabrication. So it's quite a powerhouse of intellectuals, physicists, engineers that can really implement something as significant as putting short-lived medical isotopes within a power reactor. So Framatome has worked on the major component and subsystem designs. They're responsible for testing and the factory acceptance testing of our isotope production system, and they'll be doing the system maintenance. Certainly can't go through an introduction to Isogen without really speaking of Bruce Power. They're the enabling partner. You heard from Maya early in the day, and sorry, Maya, I'm poaching a lot of your slides, and so you'll hear some repeats here. But Bruce Power is, Canada's only private sector nuclear generator. There's over 6,500 megawatts of power provided through use or operation of 8 CANDU reactors across 2 stations. Bruce is no stranger to isotopes. They've been producing cobalt-60, both HSA and LSA, for decades. And materials in this cobalt produced at Bruce Power routinely sterilizes more than 40% of the world's single-use medical devices. So, Bruce understands the importance of medical isotopes. They understand the impact it has on these isotopes have on patients' lives. The CANDU reactors are quite unique. They have high flux, so they can enable high throughput isotope production. There's 8 reactor units here at Bruce plant. So unparalleled reliability and capacity. We've seen what can happen internationally if a reactor goes out of service, goes on unexpected outage. And over time, if we can implement our IPSs, our isotope production systems at Bruce Power, we can gain really capacity and reliability that's not been seen before. And through the investments that Bruce Power and the province of Ontario are putting in place for refurbishment, these reactors are going to be operating for many, many decades in the future. We will all long be retired before these reactors go to service. So patients, physicians, the pharmaceutical companies can really depend on these isotopes being in supply, being robust for many, many years to come. A very simple schematic of the isotope production system. Again, we can't divulge all of the design engineering here for publicly, but essentially we have a few components. We have what we call it our delivery device. So this is where we put our targets in, and you can see a picture of the targets on the top right-hand part of the screen. So the delivery device inserts the targets into the reactor core, and we have tubing, a pneumatic tubing that runs into the calandria. And then we can pneumatically convey those targets back out of the calandria after neutron activation into what we call the target interface skid. And we'll show you some pictures of these on the next slide. So this enables weekly production. So we have a 7-day cycle of short-lived radionuclides. And again, our first project really focused on lutetium production. So ytterbium-176 is the isotope we're irradiating. And so we'll be set up to produce this routinely with supplies coming weekly. We load these targets into a Type B transport container at the target interface device. And that gets that shipment ready to hit the road. And initially we'll be providing product to our partner Isotope Technologies Munich. They spoke on the European panel. And they're setting up, putting very, very large investments in place to process isotope at scale. So we have a great partner with ITM, and really, if I want to emphasize, partnership throughout this, it takes many people, a lot of resources and talent to make the whole supply chain work. In terms of the isotope production system itself, this is a few of the components. We have the pneumatic control panel shown on the left-hand side of the screen, and the target interface skid on the right-hand side of the screen. So these are two components that will actually be, or actually now in process of being moved to the Bruce station for installation. So our installation is going to be occurring this winter. The Unit 7 outage has started now, so we're all very excited to see this go into place. So again, the target interface skid is where targets will be moved to. Those will be packed. That's where the packaging for the Type B containers take place. And really the brains of the system are the pneumatic control panel, and that's what moves the targets in and out of the core. So all the major components for the system have been designed, they've been fabricated, built, they've been tested up at the Kincardine mock-up facility. We have our operator training complete online. So the online installation work started in mid-October to get these components in place. We expect to commission this, the IPS system, starting early winter of this year. And based on everything going as planned and us getting through our regulatory hold points with the CNIC, we expect full commercial production to start in the spring of 2022. And a few weeks back, we did get approval from our regulator, the CNIC, to be able to commence this installation work and move into commissioning this winter. So very exciting. We're just thrilled to be now enabling many years of hard work by many dozens and dozens of people. Just one other thing to leave you with, again, speaking on behalf of Kinetrix, is we've now also started a program in stable isotope enrichment. So we released information on this, actually with Point, a couple of weeks back. And so Kinetrix saw, again, this critical need for the feed materials to go into the nuclear reactors. So a few years back, we started a program to create modern, robust, scalable infrastructure here in North America to produce rare stable isotopes. So we're leveraging Kinetrix's capabilities in engineering, the large teams in physics that we have, to really create state-of-the-art technology in this space. And initially we'll be focusing on Ytterbium-176 production. And we hope we'll be starting a commissioning of our equipment this summer and hope to have production occurring beginning sometime in 2023. So with that, I can hand back over to you, Joe.
Thanks, Travis. So I'll ask Phil to present next.
Sounds good. Thanks, Joe. Just a quick sound check that you can hear. Good. Very good. And now to share the screen. And should confirm, have presentation mode for the overview, right?
Yeah, looks good.
All right. Move a couple things out of the way on my side here. Sorry about that. So again, thanks, Joe. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks to CNIC for inviting us to come along today for this very interesting set of presentations here in radioisotope production and use. I'm here representing Studsvik ScanPower. A little bit about the company. Actually have a parent company in Sweden by the name of Studsvik, and ScanPower is one of the 4 business units of that. More on that later, but perhaps a little bit first on Studsvik proper. We have quite a bit of history in supporting the civil nuclear energy industry, both in Europe and in North America, and indeed throughout the world as we've grown in the past few years. Generally supporting power reactor, commercial power generation, looking at support for reactor operations, also supporting fuel vendors. We also have worked with research organizations, regulatory authorities, pretty much across the gamut for the typical nuclear engineering commercial operations side. We have expanded and have some history, but expanded a bit more recently in the radioisotope industry. Obviously, that's what we'll talk about today a bit more directly. But we also have some support in the minerals and petrochemical industry for chemical processing and some of the high hazard type materials that are used in those industries as well. Just relative size, we have about 600 employees globally in the 4 business units. Between ScanPower and the other division that's involved in the isotopes, we have about 300. So about half of that is involved in the activities that we'll be talking about today. So a little bit about ScanPower directly. We are a software company. Actually, technically, we're a physics company that does software. We have a number of software tools that are used in the nuclear industry, again, in the commercial side, but it looks at basically, from fuel production all the way through to disposition, looking at it for all the way from enrichment and processing on the front end through the operations, the building of the fuel and operating in the core, doing core design, core analysis, reload analysis, supporting a good number of the world's fleet of nuclear power plants. We're involved in, of course, once that fuel is burned, it comes out and needs to be managed either through the spent fuel pool out into the storage casks and ultimately into the final disposition pathway. We have software that helps evaluate the requirements around that storage and that disposition. We also work in areas of new and advanced reactor design and licensing. Heard a little bit this morning about the work in molten salt reactors. We have some interesting things going on in that space, supporting the core design, reactor design in that area. And as well as more practically, more operations orientation, we do simulation for training and for education purposes as well. And finally, last but not least, we all are, of course, involved in knowledge transfer and consulting work on special projects that we have going here at ScanPower. The will that enables us to turn the process side here for all the work that we do in the nuclear commercial space is a series of software tools laid out on this slide here. And just for gross familiarity, we've heard a lot about today from the participants in this these panels about the companies involved, the general nature that they use it, some of the facilities, the regulatory interfacing aspects, all the way, as someone said earlier, from neutron to patient. We've heard a lot of that, but haven't seen too much or had too much discussion around the generation side of that and how one optimizes that. There's a lot of physics calculations. Yes, there are a lot of physicists involved in nuclear in general, but in the radioisotopes production, multitudes of physicists across different areas of physics. And what our specialty in ScanPower is really in taking those physics and putting them in computational tools that can be kind of used at the engineering level, that can be used to do quick design assessments or evaluating what productivity could look like, evaluating in a light water reactor core, for example, when you're generating or have targets in that type of core. What are the impacts on the reactor? What are the safety impacts? You have to do those from the regulatory standpoint, but you also really want to know what those are in terms of the product optimization. So we have a number of tools, particularly I'll point out here the CASMO 5 and the Simulate 5. Those are the key tools we use in light water reactors. We have used them and do use them now for isotope production in those targets, basically in the fuel assemblies for a couple of reactors, for both the industrial isotope production as well as pharmaceutical, typically cobalt-60 in particular. We also have been involved in a little bit of tritium production work in the past and looking at that. One thing I will mention too is not shown on here, we have another tool called Helios that allows us to do non-standard type reactors, non-lattice, square lattice type reactors. And we have used that Helios tool, for example, in the advanced test reactor at the INL, which you heard about a little bit earlier, but also the HYPER reactor has been used there as well. Last but not least, on the simulation side, we do have capability in more direct transport calculations using Monte Carlo based tools, stochastic tools, Serpent, MCMP, those kind of things. So I have expertise in helping optimize the general behavior of the source, how the isotopes actually get generated, particularly from neutron sources. Shifting gears just a little bit to talk about our fuels and materials technology business unit. They are actually based in Sweden at the Studsvik site in south of Sweden, south of Stockholm. They are traditionally, historically been used for nuclear fuel qualification, irradiations testing. A substantial amount of post-irradiation examination is performed there, in particular for qualifying new types of fuel For example, the accident tolerant fuel that's been involved. There's testing that's been performed on irradiated samples there for that type of material. For enabling that capability for the fuel qualification and material qualification, the chemistry control aspect and the hot cell performance and just the general facilities requirements and the shipping side is something that is a key specialty. But one of the areas also, it says water chemistry simulation here, but not just water chemistry, but just chemical processing, automation of chemical processing at industrial levels is another area that we have quite a bit of activity going on and expertise. A couple of other points about the irradiated fuels and materials capabilities. Clearly, we have the hot cells that are used for industrial level throughput. The process and procedures that we have developed are for streamlining materials throughput in those type of facilities at high rad environments. The most recent example is an automated production line for cobalt-60 for a gamma knife application. So we have a supplier from the reactor, they come to the facility at the hot cells, and very quickly we can generate the targets and the actual material that goes into the gamma knife directly. We have capability of producing high activity sealed radioactive sources. Again, cobalt's been where our market has focused on of late. We do have the capability for testing prototypes and products and handling these facilities all the way to, or handling these materials and all the way even to disposal for prototype level uses. And again, we do have customers worldwide. Being based in Sweden, it provides a kind of launching point for a number of locations in Europe and even Middle East and into Asia to a degree. So with that, a brief overview of our company, and Joe, I'll pass it back to you.
Thanks, Phil. And the last panelist, but not least, Jim Wilson. I'll ask you to give us an overview of Eckert & Ziegler.
Unmute. Are you seeing my screen?
Yeah, we see it. It's not in presentation mode, but we can definitely see your screen.
Let me put it in presentation mode then. Should go now, right there. Now in presentation mode?
Yep, we see the presenter view, but that's probably fine.
Good enough. All right. Let's see here. All right. Well, thank you again, Joe and Andrew, for inviting us. My name is Jim Wilson. I am the Global Director of Isotope Materials for the Isotope Product Division. I've been in this industry a little better than 20 years. I spend most of my time looking for sources of supply. I have traveled the world pretty extensively, been into probably more reactors than most of you and more accelerator facilities than most of you. So again, my experience is in the procurement side. A little bit about our company. We are headquartered in Berlin, in Germany. We are known as Eckert & Ziegler AG. We were acquired in California back in 1999 by Eckert & Ziegler. In the US, we have 3 main production facilities. We have another 2 or 3 main facilities in Europe, in the Czech Republic, Germany. So we've got running now close to 900 employees. I think when I started here 20 years ago, we were running around 300 worldwide employees. So we've had substantial growth, some of that through acquisition, some of that through internal growth. We are separated into 2 distinct segments. We have the Isotope Products Division, which I represent. We also have a medical division. I believe last week, Hugh Evans presented for the medical group, which does a lot more of the radiotherapy, the radiopharma, direct patient type product. The isotope product, we are more of the source manufacturer, sealed sources. We make probably the largest amount of calibration sources in the world through our product known as IsoTrack. We distribute radioisotopes from reactors and accelerators, particularly from Eastern European facilities, directly to sometimes to our competitors. We buy from most of you, I think Missouri, certainly we procure material from the Joanne, from the DOE, from BWXT. I hope I haven't left anybody out there that's in the presentation mode here, but we are handling and we have inventories of right around 95, 96, give or take, an isotope or two of radioactive isotopes. We probably have, well, we know we have the most extensive inventory of radioactive isotopes in the world. We routinely sell to other governments. Department of Energy buys from us. Many of the other facilities will buy material that we can source that maybe they can't. So we are significant in the production cycle. Again, we have material from, we like to say, from A to Z, from americium to zinc. We have our own in-house R&D and engineering group for the different subcategories for medical, for research, or for industrial. We have different engineering applications and engineers for each of those. We do distribute and sell in more than 60 countries with the 7 sites. Again, I mentioned 4 or 5 of which are primary to our group. A couple of smaller facilities are also included in that. We do, again, medical imaging, industrial, and we call OWL, or oil well logging, reference and calibration, life cycle services, which is our post-processing of waste products. We do a lot of consolidation of waste. We collect the waste and then consolidate and send to different facilities. We have a couple of different groups in the UK and in Europe that exclusively handle the radioactive material. We also have a division that does equipment. We make hot cells for facilities since we understand the material so well. We have very broad certifications from ANSI through NIST to DAX, FDA, for the Canadians for CE mark. We are very active with the HPS group. Our medical imaging, you can see some slides of some of our products. We have cobalt-57 flood sources. We are by far the largest producer of flood sources. We have acquired over the years several of our competitors. So we have see-throughs, we have rigid, we have flexible product. We do a tremendous amount of phantom work, solid phantom work. We don't do the liquid phantoms, but you can see in the middle here, we've got head phantoms for SPEC, CT. But we have our own PET and CT scanning capabilities in one of our facilities. So we can qualify, test, and review material as requirements come up. We work with pretty much all of the major camera manufacturers from GE, Philips, Siemens, Toshiba, just about anyone that can make a camera. We make the calibration source for their facility, or we will make their line source. We do a tremendous amount of line source for attenuation correction. We have our industrial side where we use isotopes from californium. I think Susan mentioned earlier nickel-63. We're probably, well, we are the largest sealed source manufacturer using the Department of Energy's nickel-63 in the world. We also use, Joanne mentioned the new product, Promethium. We are the largest Promethium-147 manufacturer in the world. We do small sources from literally picocurie level up to, depending on the activity and the isotope, up to curie level type material. Our oil and gas industry has cycles. We use a tremendous amount of americium beryllium. We use a lot of barium-133, which the Department of Energy, I'm surprised, didn't include on their in their slide. But they also produce the barium-133 that we use that gets used in process control equipment. We also have a division that particularly works with the NDT, the iridium-192 and selenium, and the cobalt-60 as mentioned. We have the Isotrack division, which is the largest calibration and reference manufacturer in the world. We do everything from alphas and betas and gammas to wide area sources. We do a tremendous amount of customized geometry. We see as research develops an isotope or has an application, typically they're looking for something to calibrate the equipment for testing. And so we do that. We provide a tremendous amount of solutions. We do some gases with krypton and xenon. We do a lot of the, you'll see a lot of the liquid simulations. I'm sure most of you have liquid simulation in your facility, so you're probably getting your sources from us. We do beta secondary standards for most applications. We have, in Germany, we do a lot more work with high activity cesium-137, which is also, I know cesium-137 as a volume is tremendous out there, but high specific activity cesium-137 has become extremely rare and it's become more difficult. Mostly used now, not so much in the radiation blood and things like that for sterilization, but now still is continued to be used in some of the process control, roadbed analysis industry, oil and gas industry. We're having difficulty finding some of that. We do process waste for final storage. So some of the stuff that we take back, we will containerize and send off to different waste disposal. We've got several specialized capsules that we can use, similar to what Los Alamos has developed over the years with type 2 level type tracking. That's a little kind of short explanation of who we are. Again, we manage and handle 95, give or take, isotopes. So I'm sure what we have seen in the industry is a lot of what's been mentioned here before, which is the lack of redundant facilities. A lot of stuff is single sourced, and if there's an issue with a single source, we have to try and help. Recently, Department of Energy and working with some of the suppliers with germanium-68, because we saw it go from a research to high level production. And that's one of the issues that we see is we do the research, develop something, and then it's very difficult to swing that into high level production. So with that, questions?
Thanks, Jim. So I'm not sure, I know we're near the end here, Andrew. Do we have time for one question to the panelists? Okay, I'm not hearing anything from Andrew, so we'll jump in quick with one.
Joe, you've got about 10 minutes, no worries.
Okay, great. So maybe I'll start with the one of the first questions that was brought forward. As you just brought up, Jim, this is incredibly complex supply chain that starts well before radiation and ends with injection of a product into the patient. It'd be good to hear from each of you on comment on how your organizations are supporting forming a strong supply chain. So, looking to the future and what you're doing to bring confidence into our supply chain, and as well closing gaps. And I'll start with Phil.
Great, thanks, Joe. Yeah, we heard a few points in our introductory from the panelists here that I'll reflect on and touch on here. The life cycle is important from beginning to the end, from neutron to patient, as we heard. At Studzik ScanPower, we are focused kind of in the front end in terms of the development of the techniques for radiation, particularly in the reactors. And it's very important, of course. The one thing throughout the life cycle, throughout the product cycle, there are multiple places where there can be pinch points or bottlenecks on throughput. And a lot of times it comes down to chemistry. Well, creating the capabilities to move through that at an industrial level, particularly as we increase the use of isotopes in various industries, not just the radiopharmaceutical, but just there's lots of different avenues that the material can be used. But throughout the entire process of the life cycle of a given material, it's very important to recognize and understand what the side stream materials are, and having proper disposal pathways from that. Jim touched on that quite a bit in some of their waste, attention paid to the waste of the material processing. That's one of the things that's quite important. And in Studzik, particularly at FMT, the process has evolved for industrial upscale. That is a very important aspect we take into account. We're fortunate that we can prototype and test those things and then have a disposition pathway for the small quantities, but we found that it's quite difficult to scale that up when we're looking at the broader applications. So that's just a few points on that.
Well, thanks, Bill. And did any of the other panelists want to add to that, or any further comments on what Phil was saying?
Well, I can reiterate that that life cycle is, when it's first developed, it looks great, very fascinating. There's a lot of benefits to the medical and industrial communities. However, what part of the lack of foresight is, how do we get, if this goes to production, how do we get production level quantities? And that's been one of the more difficult areas, is getting production level. I can get you a millicurie or two of just about anything in the world, but I can't find you a curie of it. And I can't find a curie every week kind of issue. So the volume increases is critical. Then again, as Phil mentioned, for us, the waste. Now we're generating tremendous amounts of waste, far above what's being used in a research. So we have barrels of material from all of our facilities looking for homes. With the medical, it's a little easier because of the short half-lives, and we can let some of that just naturally decay away and go to a different level. But some of the industrials, some of the americiums, californium, some of the longer lived become extremely difficult, and it becomes harder and harder every day. So those are some of the areas that we're seeing. And then Joanne had mentioned FedEx. In the US, you basically have one carrier taking probably 98% of the volume of anything produced. And when FedEx has a glitch, when they get a backlog on an airport, when they get a storm that comes in, it's out of our hands. I can get it out of California, or I can get it out of Atlanta, but I just can't get it to your door. And that's a very weak spot in our supply chain.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that last point. And it's going to come under greater pressure with a product getting approved in prostate cancer. I think we're going to see just such a massive, these products are amazing. And that could be the one shortcoming to this space, is that the logistics has not caught up. And the worst thing we can do, and this really has been something that's been brought up a lot about radiopharmaceuticals, is when you don't deliver it to the patient, then those doctors and those patients start to question it. And they don't ask you what went wrong. They just move on to another treatment. So the more we can do in that, and the more we can extend out and educate partners like FedEx or others that may invest in the space. But maybe I'll turn it over to Travis for any comments.
Yeah, sure. No, I think you hit on a good point, Joe. If, the industry, the physicians, the patients can't depend each and every day on the treatment, then there's not going to be uptake. Mm-hmm. So for Kinetrix and Isogen, we want to start at the beginning, focus on the base, stable isotope production. Can we create a secure supply of the most, rare stable isotopes? And then large scale lutetium production for, these, the new prostate cancer therapies. Can we make sure that there's going to be enough? And we're hearing it, physicians, pharmaceutical companies saying, make sure there's enough isotope supply. So, I think the work we're doing at Isogen to create these facilities, to create the irradiation systems, is going to be part of that solution. And, we hope to grow it over time. So, when the next isotope comes up, we have kind of the Nespresso machine of isotopes. We can put the next thing in there and also be able to nurture it to full scale. So we don't run into only being able to do research. So
great points. So we'll move on to another question around regulatory challenges. We all know they still exist with both health authorities and the nuclear regulators. Maybe each of you could comment on recent experiences, maybe some positive experiences, which would be great. So I'll start with Travis, because I think the CNIC have probably been really pushing the envelope with Isogen.
Yeah, and I think we can start on that positive note for sure. we've been super fortunate here in Ontario and Canada to have the CNIC work with us on implementing this first of a kind isotope production system. And it's been a conversation with them right from the beginning. It started 3 years ago. And I think the key there in working with any regulator, and you see this in pharma as well as nuclear, is you have to start the conversation early. You know, had we worked in secret and then, you know, threw a stack of 3,000 pages on their desk and said, please review this, it wouldn't go smooth. So, you know, you have to start early, have a lot of conversations, get the engagement you need. And, you know, I think we've seen a lot of success from that. You still have to do the hard work. You have to, you know, provide them all the information that they need and put rigor and quality into that. But starting early is the best thing in my mind to do with any regulator.
Thanks. Jim, I'd be interested to hear your comments on this, because you probably have experience from all the different regulators around the world. So it'd be nice to hear your comments.
Well, regulators are one issue, and because they are pretty diversified, we've had to build up quite the quality team to review customer licenses. It's quite extensive when you realize how many countries that we're in. But we have actually developed some software that goes out and looks at qualified companies and companies where we can't distribute or sell. So we've had those kinds of issues. Freight forwarders, with, you know, the US distribution, depending on FedEx, freight forwarders for bringing stuff in. Just this last week, I had a freight, some material coming in from Russia. It went from Russia to Turkey to Dubai to LA. Well, 2 of the packages got left in Dubai. So we were scrambling, trying to find those, and the forwarder can't push it through the US DOT or the US regulators without the full shipment. So we've had to send some of it back to Dubai to then made up and then come back to LA. So yeah, we see a tremendous amount of that logistics, lack of freight forwarders, lack of knowledge in a lot of countries, because they don't handle a lot of it. They handle a couple of shipments a year, maybe. So
I see Andrew's popped up here, so maybe I'll turn it back to you, Andrew. Thanks to all the panelists, Phil, Travis, Jim, great perspectives. Hopefully we can have another session like this and explore more topics. Over to you, Andrew.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Joe. And yeah, thank you to all the panelists again, really appreciate it. And I think we've really been treated to some very interesting conversations today. I just wanted to hand it over to Brian, who is Director of Business Development at the Organization of Canadian Nuclear Industries, who is going to provide some closing remarks. And then we'll let you on your way. Over to you, Brian.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Hope everybody can hear and see me properly. Really think it was a good session today. And this is the kind of thing that we at Organization of Canadian Nuclear Industries really like to put on. You know, we represent the nuclear supply chain, a little bit of connections to government, a little bit of connection to the utilities. But really, for 40 years, we've been helping our 250 members grow their nuclear business, right? And that's the traditional power side, as well as the medical isotope side and all of the support that's needed in order to make that successful. I don't think AECL really intended early this century to put an ancient research reactor on the forefront of supplying the world's medical isotopes. And that's what happened then. And I think, and I think today also, Susan pointed out some similar experiences at Oak Ridge with the kind of hiccups that arise when you know you have a singleton or only 2 places producing a large amount of medical isotopes. And that's an opportunity for innovation. It's an opportunity for solutions. And that's why these kind of conferences are so important for us to have. And so I'd like to thank all of the people that have worked together to put this on today, right? James Skogniak, the leadership with the Canadian Nuclear Isotope Council, and Andrew as well. And thank you for your efforts. We really appreciate the moderators today and the panelists, and also the support from the Government of Ontario. Both Minister Fedeli and Minister Smith had some good words of leadership today. And that just goes to show the support that we have from government. And in Canada, and probably the United States as well, nuclear can't happen without the government. As much as we, may not like to say that all the time, it's intertwined and it's critical. And that's why, again, bringing everybody together into these kinds of conferences is so important. I'd like to acknowledge Corinne, Lauren, Vitaly, Patricia, and Patrick as well for your effort in making this work so well today. And all I have to say in closing is let's keep going. Let's keep innovating, educating, and continue to grow the role of nuclear energy in the medical isotope field. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Brian. With that, I will bring the virtual trade mission to a close. Thank you everyone for your time today. And as I mentioned at the outset, just as a reminder, we will be doing follow-up to help establish our business-to-business program as part of these trade missions. The mission was recorded today and will be available in the coming future on our website. So thank you very much for your time, your participation, your energy, and look forward to another one of these possibly in the future, or some blossoming business opportunities between our participants. Have a good day.
Thanks, Andrew.